there, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Welcome to another edition of NASA 360. All right, some of the talk around NASA's water cooler these days is about going back to the moon. And guess what? Much of the testing and hard work is going on right now. I mean, we already have prototype rovers, habitats, and vehicles built that are giving us a better understanding of what's going to be needed to make staying on the moon a reality. Now, of course, most of the testing can be done in NASA's labs, but there comes a time when you're going to have to take that hardware and put it to the test in the field. Of course, NASA's on it. Johnny Alonso followed some NASA researchers to a remote testing area to see how these new lunar rovers are being put to their paces.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a minute to think about how flawlessly everything must work when we go back to the moon? I mean, think about it. Everything from rockets and spacesuits to rovers and habitats all must work perfectly. Oh, and let me tell you something. The moon isn't exactly the best vacation spot either. I mean, it's got like 0 oxygen, minus 250 degrees on the cold end, and upwards of 200 at its hottest. Oh, and let me tell you something. When you're on the moon, you're like 240,000 miles away from Earth. Yeah, so when we go, we better make sure that everything works exactly the way it's supposed to when we get there. Think about it. I can't even pack for a short vacation here on Earth. So here's the question. How do you pack for a trip like this and make sure that everything is going to work exactly the way it's supposed to on the moon? This is the exact situation that NASA's faced with right now. In the near future, NASA astronauts are going to be returning to the moon, so all their equipment needs to be tested here to make sure that it's going to work up there. To help test some of this equipment, NASA set up this really cool facility in a place that kind of resembles the moon. Where? Well, not too far from Seattle, Washington, in a place called Moses Lake. That totally fits the bill. So I flew out here to see what NASA's testing and to check out some of this equipment and how it's going to work on the moon. I'm here with Lucian Junkin. Thank you so much for giving me time today. Thank you, bro. And I'm here with Chariot. Why don't you tell us about Chariot?
So Chariot is the lunar truck that the lunar architecture team that is comprised of engineers and scientists from all over the NASA centers. They came together and they basically advised headquarters as what they think we ought to do on the moon. So they commissioned our team to build a lunar truck.
The Chariot has a really unique design featuring 12 wheels driven by 2 electric motors through a 2-speed transmission. This truck is really versatile. It can be used as a bulldozer, pushing with up to 4,000 pounds of force. And it's also pretty fast. Well, fast for the moon. It's able to reach speeds of about 15 miles an hour. It's designed in a way that allows the steel alloy frame to be fitted with several different crew payload combinations, including a small pressurized cabin and a sample collector, so it can serve in more than one function.
We took lessons learned from the rover, from the trucks here on Earth, from Sojourner, Spirit, Opportunity, all different sources to come up with this. Can I show you this real quick?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks. Thanks, man.
So this is the turret that allows the crew members to turn left and right. And then these are all of the controls that they have at their disposal. And similar to some of the software that we use, we have a button that we can actually toggle through the different pages that the operator can use. You can see this is a compass with an overlay of the land. And then probably one of the cooler features in the drive mode is the ability to go from vehicle mode, which means the front of your vehicle is this way, to a turret mode, which means that if you press forward on the joystick, then the vehicle will go forward to the operator.
Oh, wow.
So you can actually go forward and then turret and the vehicle, things that you can do with craft. Just similar to a truck.
A truck, similar.
One of the key components when designing the Chariot was to have a vehicle with more wheels than a traditional lunar rover. NASA learned valuable lessons when the Mars Spirit rover had trouble with one of its 6 wheels. Even though the wheel could not be fixed, the other 5 were able to work, so the rover is still working fine, but is moving just a little slower. So with that in mind, NASA planners decided to build the Chariot with more than just 4 wheels. It would be pretty tough to have to change a tire on a 4-wheeled rover on the moon, so more wheels the better. The Chariot also can be the ultimate lowrider. It can lower its belly to the ground, making it easier for astronauts in spacesuits to climb on and off. Individual wheels or sections can be raised and lowered to keep the vehicle level when driving on uneven ground.
Let me show you one of the suspension modules.
Sure.
So this is a suspension module. a wheel module. This is an active suspension and passive suspension. Aaron, could you raise the, so you can see this coming off the ground?
Yes.
So each of these wheel modules are independent. So that means all of them can pull up and lower the belly to the ground.
Another cool thing about the Chariot is how its steering works. Called crab steering, the vehicle is designed to drive into the craters of the moon. If a slope is too steep to drive down safely, the vehicle could drive sideways instead. No backing up or three-point turns required. The all-wheels, all-ways steering also could come in handy when unloading and docking payloads or plugging into a habitat for recharging.
The lunar architecture team right now has it where we put assets, lunar trucks, athletes on the surface in mid to late of the next decade, 2016, 2017, to do civil engineering, construction work, basically berming and leveling. And then the crew arrives in early of the next decade, 2021 or sometime in there.
Quick question, why standing instead of maybe sitting?
We could have designed a sitting turret, but standing, you get a better field of view. The suits are more friendly to standing up.
I feel it. Okay.
And so operationally, it's easier to stand. It's like asking why do you stand when you cook. It's just something. It's just how it is when you're doing those types of activities.
Quick question, these rubber wheels.
They're not going to the moon, Johnny.
I didn't think so, man. Talk to us.
So the reason we use rubber tires on the 1G prototype lunar truck is so we can try out different treads on the thing because they're readily available. We're also in the back rooms of NASA developing wheels that are made out of Kevlar and titanium that will be more space-worthy and space-like, go into the lunar surface. So these pneumatic rubber wheels won't do on the moon. The ones will really be titanium or Kevlar or some other composite material like that that can take the hot and the cold of the ground.
Lucian, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Thanks for coming to see us.
Definitely. Hope to see you again.
Take care.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is NASA 360.
Okay, here on Earth, if we have to move heavy payloads or structures around, all we really need to do is surf the web, right? Type in moving company, heavy equipment company. Well, what about on the moon? On the moon, it's going to be very different. So what are the astronauts going to do when they're up on the moon and they have to move things around? It's what NASA's working on right now. One viable solution they've come up with is to build a really versatile vehicle that can accomplish a lot of different tasks. This new vehicle is appropriately named Athlete. Here's Johnny with the Athlete test lead, Julie Townsend, to tell us all about it.
So I'm here with Julie Townsend. Julie, tell me about Athlete.
Athlete is the all-terrain, tech-slimmed extraterrestrial explorer.
Okay.
It's a prototype for a lunar robot that would go to the moon to carry an astronaut habitat as a mobile home for the astronauts on the moon.
Oh, cool.
This one is getting ready to do a demonstration. We're going to demonstrate, we have two of these vehicles here in the field right now. We're going to be demonstrating how well we can control them, how well they can keep the habitat level as we drive over different kinds of terrain, and the accuracy with which they can dock the two doorways of the habitats together to form a larger habitat.
Wow, and I mean, how many people can fit in one of these?
Well, right now it's probably about the size of your like 6-person camping tent.
Okay.
But this is a quarter scale model of the one we'd send to the moon. So the one we'd send to the moon would be 4 times bigger in every dimension.
Okay, so this is a prototype? Or?
This is a prototype, that's right. This is a concept development. So what we're trying to do here is prove that a robot like this can do the job and do it well.
Okay.
So that we can prove that it's worthwhile to fund developing it into a flight mission.
Okay, so that's a habitat where people can live, right? What else can Athlete do?
Well, Athlete is kind of a all-purpose utility vehicle.
Okay.
So it's got the flat platform on top, which the Habitat is currently mounted on. Sure. We can mount other kinds of payloads on that Habitat. In fact, we did one test this week where we actually mounted the Langley crane on top of it.
Really?
Right, and then that's a bit too heavy for us to lift in Earth gravity, but the idea would be that athlete could carry that kind of a crane around on the moon. Also, because each of the legs has a full 6 degree of freedom manipulator with a wheel on the end, when you set the athlete down on the ground, it can sit on pads on the ground and become a platform with 6 fully articulated robotic arms. And on the ends of those limbs, we can actually attach tools, like grippers and drills and things to do a bunch of any sort of different activities on the moon that we want. It's a very versatile vehicle.
Very slick.
One of the things that it can do, because it is so easily manipulated, we can move it around so many different ways. It's great for payload handling. So, for instance, say we didn't want to carry this Habitat around, we could put it down, we could pick something else up. And we've done demonstrations where we've shown how an athlete can drive underneath the lander and pick it up and drive it around.
Yeah.
You've even done one demonstration where we used the 2 athletes cooperatively, and they picked up a payload between them.
Really?
And manipulated it onto the ground. Not the most efficient way to operate, but you know, it was really, really cool.
Yeah, solid. Julie, can you tell me, how are they operated?
Well, they can be operated in a lot of different ways. We're from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the home of the Mars exploration rovers, and we're very experienced at operating robots on other planets. So what we envision is that when the astronauts were on the moon, they would operate athlete locally and be able to drive the Habitat around. And then when the astronauts came back to Earth, we'd be able to operate them remotely from Earth to move them to another site.
Oh.
Like, so they could go to meet the next astronauts that were coming to land on the moon, or they could go to an outpost site to be collected into a larger habitat.
Sure. So it can be powered from Earth as well as...
That's right. It could be controlled from the surface of Earth. It's actually easier to control a vehicle on the moon than it is to control one on Mars, because the light time, the distance to the moon is so much less that it actually takes a few seconds for a communication message to get from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon. Whereas Mars could take, you know, it takes minutes to a half of an hour just to get a message from here to there. So the benefit of having a vehicle like this for the lunar mission, that'll make it, like, help us increase our capabilities beyond what Apollo could do, is that being able to have a Habitat that can move with the astronauts will allow them to explore a lot more of the moon. They won't be as restricted to stay within an area close to their landing site. They'll actually be able to take their Habitat with them and go on much longer excursions.
So this is going to go with them, right? But if they're like on a day trip, I mean, could they attach a rover with them or anything? Or?
Well, actually, if athlete and the Habitat are like the robots or like the astronauts' mobile home, then the Chariot robot is like the astronaut's car or truck, right? So they would get into the Chariot and possibly a small pressurized module that could ride on top of Chariot to go for short excursions. And actually there are plans for that pressurized module on Chariot to actually be able to dock directly to the Habitat. So these robots are a little bit more capability than you would really need here on Earth. But you need that kind of capability on the moon because, you know, if you're on the moon and you get stuck in a dune field somewhere, you can't call the towing company to come and get you out, right? Your robot has to be capable of getting itself out. You don't want those astronauts out there on EVA in their spacesuits, you know, putting boards under the wheels trying to get the thing out of there, right? This robot can actually, you know, if its wheels do happen to dig into the sand, it can pick up and start walking. You know, it can get up high slopes, it can go where the sand is really loose, places that a truck might get stuck.
Sure, full service.
Full service, that's right.
I love it.
Okay, so one of the first missions that's going to need to be accomplished is to find ice on the moon. Now, if we do that, we should be able to use it for drinking, to make oxygen, and even make fuel. Researchers believe there is ice in the dark craters of the moon, but we're going to need a really robust rover to get to it. Scarab is the prototype vehicle that's designed to do just that. Here's Johnny to tell us more.
And one of the things NASA's testing is for a rover that can look for water or ice, and my buddy Paul is going to talk about it. So, Paul, give us the lowdown on what's happening here.
Okay, so as far as the why to go look for ice on the moon, it's, you know, at first it sounds kind of surprising that there would be any, but you know, there are actually these dark craters on the South Pole that never get light. The sun comes in this kind of grazing angle, never gets down to the bottom. So it's like the dark side of the moon, Pink Floyd myth. It's actually true in these things. But we've got just indirect evidence so far. We want to send something like Scarab into these craters to get direct evidence.
Really?
the useful thing about it is that you could actually break it down and use it as a resource, like not just as a consumable for astronauts, but as a fuel. So you could go there, fuel up a spacecraft, and come back, or maybe even go on to Mars.
Really? Well, tell us a little bit more about this.
Yeah, so we try to think about drilling as the main kind of driver for the vehicle. Like, have to design around this pretty big drill, something that's bigger than an inch diameter. Something that would be pretty hard to do by hand. Go down a few feet deep into the ground. And so we thought of this really slow, strong kind of machine to do this heavy task. So we designed it kind of like a donut around this drill. You can see that stand-in drill there.
Yes.
That's kind of to simulate the mass of it, so that it feels like it's there for the rover while it drives. But then, so Scott's driving, and now you can see that this is its kind of normal pace. It's driving out now.
This fast, huh?
This is about as fast as it gets, yeah. But it turns out it's fast enough to get the mission done. I guess one of the nice visible things about it is the suspension. I mean, you're seeing this kind of all the hardware that connects between the wheels. We kind of call these the shoulders, where it rocks around those shoulder points, and then this beam connects the two sides together. So that's all passive joints. It's worked out really nicely for us. And one aspect we haven't talked about so far is the way it navigates in this total darkness. You can't just sit there and take pictures. There's no light basically coming. And it turns out if you want to take really far shots, see far in the distance, flash illumination, it doesn't work out very well. Sure. So we've been experimenting with some laser systems. So you are pointing lasers, shining out into the surroundings and seeing what bounces back. So these are two different scanners we've been experimenting with. This one's kind of been using as it's almost like a virtual bumper. It paints a laser line, a stripe out in front of it, a few feet in front of the nose, and make sure there aren't any big obstacles in the way.
Neat.
And if they are, the software sees that and responds, finds a better path. And then this is a much more complex device. It's really nice, called the TriDAR. This one's actually it can get bigger scans, like really detailed, nice 3D meshes, these 3D maps of the terrain around the rover, and then it can choose the best paths through.
So, bro, is this a test model or a prototype?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of testing out an idea for how to do this kind of drilling and driving in these cold craters, dark craters on the moon.
Like here?
Like here, a little bit, yeah. I don't know why it's so cold.
It is.
So yeah, basically, as far as the background, that NASA's Human Robotic Systems program is the one we're developing this for. They came to us with the needs, what the rover would need to do, and then and so we're at Carnegie Mellon's Field Robotics Center, and so we came up with the concept, kind of in coordination with them, and then built it last summer.
Well, thanks for your time and for everything with Carnegie Mellon and having us aboard, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro. Check it out. You see some guys in spacesuits, but not all of these spacesuits are NASA spacesuits. Some of these suits are props. Right, props from a Hollywood prop house. Let me try to explain.
All NASA spacesuits are pressurized, which makes them basically their own self-contained spacecraft. This pressurization is great when you're in a 1/6 gravity environment like the moon, but you don't need to have all the suits pressurized for this testing. So NASA had some unpressurized suits made in Hollywood. These suits are much lighter than the real suits, but can still help test ergonomics and ease of movement. A couple of other benefits of the Hollywood suit is that they'll be more comparable to the actual weight and feel of suits once an astronaut gets in 1/6 gravity. So astronauts will feel similar to the way it feels on the moon. And the suits won't have to be recharged like a pressurized suit does, so work won't have to stop as often.
Pretty cool, huh? Those suits are amazing. But obviously, real prototype spacesuits were tested as well. I'm going to throw it back out to Johnny again. He's with spacesuit technician Bill Welch to find out more about this new suit and how it's going to work on the moon.
So, I just saw you in the field wearing the suit. Can we talk about the suit?
Sure. The suits that we're running today were future lunar and Mars surface suits, test beds actually. We're trying to take and incorporate some changes into the suits that they didn't have during the Apollo days, which will enable them to be able to walk on the moon's surface rather than hop as they did before. Right. The hopping, while worked better than walking, was fatiguing for the astronaut. It was very hard on the calves and the ankles. So in order to take and alleviate that, we've incorporated bearings into the hips and into the ankles of these suits to allow a more freedom of movement. As you can see, we have a bearing here, here, and here, which allows for good freedom of movement. Another thing that they didn't have on the A7L, which was the moon suit, was the waist bearing. I don't know if you noticed while I was walking, but there was a lot of swivel in the hip. That's really big. That makes a big difference as far as comfort and being able to move freely in the suit.
Is it really difficult to get into a suit like this?
Well, no. The cooling garment, if I can take and grab one here. Excuse me, folks. This is the cooling garment. This is what we wear on the inside. This is being flown right now. This is used in the EMU up on shuttle and station. What we do is you can see all the tubing running through it. We pump cold water through that tubing to keep me cool inside the suit so I don't overheat.
No kidding.
Yeah. And as you can tell, it's fairly slick. It's a tight-fitting suit.
Right.
So we'll roll this ladder up behind. I'll take and sit on the seat. I'll hook up my water lines, which come off from right there, and then hook onto right here.
Right.
Okay. And once that is done, basically what they'll do is they'll just, my suit techs will take and grab hold of the toes of the suit and pull them forward, and I just drop right in.
Really?
And then once I'm in the suit, they'll take and finish up my connections. They'll put in my earbuds so I have my radio communications. My microphones are already in place. They'll hook up my shoulder pads. At that point, they'll close the back door, put on my gloves, get the airflow started, put on my helmet, pressurize me up, and out the door I go. So basically the concept of these suits is to be able to take and either leave them outside the vehicle and be able to put the back in. And we are just out here trying to provide the best product possible for the future of lunar surface and Mars surface exploration.
So this is basically like your own little space shuttle.
Indeed it is. It's our own little spaceship, just like the EMU out in space. Once they leave out of the airlock on the space station, they are in a spaceship. They have their telemetry, they have their batteries, they have their cooling, they have their air, they have everything. They even have the capability, should they come disconnected from the space station, to be able to drive themselves back. They have a little gaseous nitrogen rocket motor that is hooked onto them, and they're able to take and drive themselves back in an emergency situation. So yes, they definitely have their own little spaceship, and that's what we're working on, is having your own little Moon Mars rover.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Indeed.
Thank you, sir, all right?
Take care.
Most definitely.
Well, today we saw some pretty cool concept vehicles that may one day be used on the moon and on Mars. And all that harsh testing we saw, it can only make the vehicles stronger and more reliable once they actually do get on the moon. And who knows, maybe one of you watching will be driving one of these vehicles in the very near future. That's it for now. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
So we mentioned the athlete was vertical.
We do it again? Yes, really?
If we have to move heavy payloads or structures around, all we really need to do is surf the wet. Bleh.
Some of these suits are props. Props from a Hollywood house out in... Do it again.
Catch you next time on NASA 360.
This is exactly the situation that...
He's with a spacesuit technician to find out how these suits are going to work and on how they're going to work on the moon.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a minute to think about how flawlessly everything must work when you go to? How do you pack for a trip like this? Nope. I can't even pack for a trip for...
Sharks. What do you think of when you hear the word sharks? Does your heart beat a little faster? Does thinking of sharks make you a little nervous to go swimming in the ocean? Well, if it does, you're certainly not alone. Many people think sharks are aggressive, terrifying beasts that stalk the oceans. But are they really menacing hunters that attack humans at will? Or are they one of nature's misunderstood predators that has an important role in the balance of biodiversity on the planet? It will be easier to decide if sharks are friends or foes after you look at life from the shark's perspective in this edition of Saving a Species. The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And I'll admit, at first glance, sharks can be pretty intimidating looking creatures. That's probably part of the reason they get such a bad rap from us humans. But there's a lot more to sharks than just their menacing look.
Sharks are fascinating creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Some sharks are sleek and angular, like the bull or lemon shark. Nurse sharks have larger heads and bigger profiles. And some, like this hammerhead, are just plain bizarre. These efficient swimming machines range in size from the bigger than a school bus whale shark, nearly 14 meters long, to the tiny pygmy ribbon-tailed cat shark, which only grows to about 25 centimeters. Some sharks are flesh-eating ocean predators, but other sharks eat nothing but plankton.
Regardless of shape, size, or diet, sharks have interesting and unique characteristics and a specific role in their environment. I guess you can tell by now that I think sharks are cool, but I bet you will too, once you know more about them. So come on, let's go meet some sharks. This is Sharks Deep Dive at SeaWorld Orlando, and it's a great way to start learning about sharks by observing them up close in their environment. And now I'm definitely into learning about every animal that shares our planet, but we should respect their space. And in the case of sharks, I also respect their power and abilities. So this diving cage is a good way to visit these predators of the deep.
Oh my gosh, that's a sand tiger shark. Those are all the bigger ones that you see. There's one right here in front of us. Oh my gosh. They're incredible looking. They've got all those teeth. They really look like the predators that everybody thinks about when they think of scary sharks and all that. You know what? Sharks in general really aren't all that scary, but it sure looks like it when you're down here looking at them. You can understand why people feel that way. Wow, look at the sawfish. They're only found around Florida now, and it's an endangered species. They used to be found all the way up to Rhode Island, and then down all the way through Central and into South America, down as far as Brazil, but now they don't find them anymore. They're actually such an endangered species, they're really only found around Florida now. Oh, that's incredible. Look at how big he is.
Who was around first, sharks or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
The dinosaur.
Both.
Or both.
Both.
Or
Both.
the dinosaur.
Are you sure?
Well, sharks are one of the oldest species on Earth, with scientists estimating that ancestors of today's sharks inhabited the oceans between 350 and 400 million years ago. That's millions of years before dinosaurs and other backbone animals roamed the Earth. The most spectacular ancient shark was probably the megalodon, a huge shark with teeth the size of a human hand. This one was probably a flesh eater. And at an estimated 40 to 55 feet long, that's 3 or 4 SUVs end to end. The megalodon was likely the top predator of its time. By 100 million years ago, about the time dinosaurs were around, sharks looked pretty much like they do today. And unlike other animals, they really haven't changed much in the last million years or so.
That's probably because they're highly suited to their environment, which brings us to our next question. Where do sharks live? In saltwater, freshwater, warm water, or cold?
They live in salt water and both in warm and cold water.
You sure?
Yes. Salt water and warm and cold.
Positive? You want to change it?
No.
Sharks can actually be found just about everywhere in all types of waters, from shallow coastal habitats and tropical lagoons to deep water open oceans and polar seas. They can live in saltwater and brackish water, and some even live in freshwater lakes and rivers. Now, knowing that, here's another question.
Is a shark a fish, a mammal, or a reptile?
A fish.
A fish?
You got that one right on. All right.
Sharks are fish, even though they don't look much like the fish we commonly think of. But like all fish, most sharks are cold-blooded or ectothermic, which means their body temperature is controlled by their environment. They also have a skeleton and fins, live in the water, and breathe with gills. But that's where the similarities stop. 96% of the fish that exist today, and there are nearly 24,000 different species, are classified as bony fishes because their skeletons are made of bones, like ours. But the 350 or so species of sharks are in a much smaller class of fish, called chondrichthyes or cartilaginous fishes, because their skeletons are made of cartilage, not bone. Grab your nose or your earlobe. That's cartilage. Doesn't seem much like skeleton material, does it?
Wow. I guess one thing we all realize is that most sharks have lots of teeth. But did you know that some sharks go through as many as 30,000 teeth in a lifetime?
Sharks grow new teeth all the time and have several rows of teeth front to back. When they lose a tooth, one from the row behind just moves up to take its place. Sharks are also famous for their sense of smell. The rest of the shark senses are just as highly advanced. For example, their eyes are perfect for seeing in dim light and are particularly sensitive to moving objects. And even though sharks don't have an outer ear, their inner ear is so advanced it can detect sound, acceleration, and gravity. Plus, sharks have two other internal systems that help them find their prey. One is called the lateral line, which are fluid-filled canals in the shark's body that sense low-frequency vibrations. The other is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and these are tiny sensory pores that run along a shark's head and can detect faint electrical signals generated by a prey animal.
Delicious. I wonder if sharks think that. You know, the only sense scientists don't know much about is the shark's sense of taste. But they do know what most sharks eat, and it's not what many people think.
Sharks eat lots of things, but the big question often is, do sharks target humans as food? This is definitely a question for a true expert like Ralph Collier, researcher and author of Shark Attacks of the 20th Century.
Like, you've written the book on shark attacks, so it encompassed all the last century. How many shark attacks have there been in the last century?
In my book, Shark Attacks of the 20th Century, I described all of the authenticated attacks from 1900 to 1999. And we had a total of 108 shark attacks. Yes, a total of 108. Of that, only 8 were fatal. Now, what's of more interest to me is that in one single year, just in the city of San Francisco, in 1998, there were 596 people that were bitten by dogs.
Yeah.
And there were
so
only
in one city, in 1 year.
There were almost more than 5 times as many attacks by dogs on people as there were attacks by sharks on people for an entire century.
So, Ralph, do sharks actually really purposely attack humans?
No. Very few attacks, specifically by white sharks, very few are the result of what is commonly referred to as mistaken identity, which is really a misnomer. If a shark comes in on a prey to bite it, that's a predatory attack. And very few of those take place between sharks as far as being directed at people.
I love the water. I like going out in the ocean. Are there things that I can do to help protect myself, you know, from getting an attack, you know, from being one of those small statistical numbers?
Yes, there is. White shark attacks, more than 60% of the attacks occurred at what I refer to as a recurring location. In other words, an attack had occurred at this same place prior. And so we have multiple attacks. If you're in the water and you see the natural prey, natural animals, and suddenly do something unusual? Well, there's a reason for that. Fish sense when a predator's on the prowl. They leave the area. So there are lots of cues.
What do sharks eat?
They eat fish.
Meat.
Like cows?
Basically all meat in the water. Some sharks eat stingrays, and other sharks eat other fish and other sharks.
We've got a shark expert here on our hands.
Different species eat different things. And while some sharks are opportunistic and eat anything that comes along, others show definite preferences. Hammerheads eat mostly stingrays. Tiger sharks seem to prefer sea turtles. Blue sharks eat squid, and whale sharks eat only plankton.
Sharks also eat a lot less than most people think because they're cold-blooded and have a much lower metabolism, which means they need less food. So depending on their size and species, sharks eat between 1 and 10% of their body weight in a week. And it's likely that many sharks go weeks at a time without eating at all. So how do sharks hunt for their food? Well, their hunting strategies aren't that different from predators on land or in the air.
The eagle uses its eyesight and speed to grab its prey from above, while sharks grab their prey from below using the same senses of eyesight and speed, plus their special senses to catch their prey.
Sharks, just like other predators, will attack the weakest and most vulnerable prey. And by doing this, they play an important role in the balance of the ecosystem. This natural culling by sharks helps keep all ocean populations strong and healthy. But if you remove sharks from the food chain, other populations could increase, which would then unnaturally affect other species, which could then decrease and affect other populations, which would, well, you get my point. Do sharks lay eggs, or do they give birth to live young?
They lay eggs. They give birth to babies live.
They lay eggs.
We tricked them by my
The right answer to this question is both, depending on the species. Shark eggs are all fertilized within the mother, but then there are 3 very different types of embryonic development with 3 very long names. Oviparous means egg birth. In oviparous sharks, the embryos are protected by egg cases that the female deposits into the water and hatch later on their own. Ovoviviparous means egg live birth. With these species, a shell membrane encases the egg or a group of eggs inside the mother. At a certain point, the embryo sheds the membrane, completes development, and is born ready to swim. Viviparous means live birth. Viviparous shark embryos develop attached to the mother through a yolk sac placenta and are also born fully developed and ready to swim. Gestation varies among the different species and can range from a few months to as long as 2 years from conception to birth. Also, sharks mature and reproduce slower than other species and don't produce large numbers of offspring like bony fishes do. Add that to long gestation periods, and it's easy to see how shark populations are difficult to sustain if outside forces began to adversely affect them, which they are. Already, the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark are at risk of becoming extinct. And more than 75 species are considered vulnerable because their numbers are rapidly dwindling.
Now, I know it may be hard for you to be concerned that there are fewer sharks, but if we look at the big picture, every species is important to the health and biodiversity of our planet. Any time a species is removed from its place in the overall scheme, it adversely affects the whole system. Sharks, like this white-spotted bamboo shark, are no exception. And that's why we need to continue to learn more about sharks and how to preserve them and their environment.
Every conservationist goal is to preserve and protect wildlife and wild places. And that's why it's so important to learn everything we can. One of the best ways to reach that goal is research. Good, solid research that tells us more about individual species and their habitat requirements. Some shark research is conducted in the wild, but Mike Shaw, curator of fishes at SeaWorld San Diego, has worked with sharks for 28 years and has discovered an amazing amount of information.
Shark populations are under pressure in many areas of the world, and therefore the more that we can learn about sharks in aquaria, the more we can apply that knowledge to helping shark populations.
Managing the day-to-day health of the sharks is no small task.
We monitor these animals very closely. We look at them each morning and throughout the day to make sure that they don't have any injuries, that they're behaving normally, that they don't show any obvious signs of parasites. And when we do feed them, we put a number of vitamins and minerals into the food in order to make sure they're getting proper nutrition.
Exhibits like this have taught us a lot about shark conservation in the wild.
It surprised us to learn that they don't eat very much, not as much as you might suspect. We find that typically, depending upon the species, a shark would eat between 1 and 8% of its body weight per week.
Basic research data like growth rates and blood chemistry has taught us a lot, but we have accomplished even more.
Perhaps the most important thing is we've had some reproductive successes here at SeaWorld. And these would include black-tip sharks, white-tip sharks, and bonnethead sharks. And what we've seen is that when they give birth to very small numbers, not huge numbers like bony fishes do, where they may give birth to hundreds or thousands or even millions of offspring. With many shark species, they're giving birth to 2 to 4 to 8 offspring at a time. This means that populations take a long time to build up because they're only giving birth to small numbers when they do so.
It's amazing how much we've been able to learn from sharks in the care of humans. And we've compiled a good database of shark information. But even with all this knowledge, there's still a lot that we don't know.
For one thing, many sharks have never been in a zoological or aquarium setting where they could be studied closely. So most of what we know about some species of sharks come from studies in the field by dedicated scientists. Scientists like Brent Stewart of the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute.
We're studying the whale shark, which is the largest fish in the world's oceans. We really don't know much about whale sharks. That's one of the great things about studying them, is everything you learn is brand new.
In a study like this, specific information can be gathered.
The primary thing we're really trying to learn is where the sharks are. What are the habitats in the world's oceans that are important to the sharks and where they range? So that's geographical habitats, distribution, but also the vertical habitats. What areas in the water column do they use to make a living? And we thought that they were probably near-surface animals because they're filter feeders. But we've learned, in fact, that they're pretty deep animals sometimes. They go beyond 1,000 meters and they spend a lot of time there. So what we've learned has just created a lot more amazing questions about them.
All that's learned from this study can really benefit the whale shark.
Whale sharks are not often seen. They're seen in occasional these wonderful places like Ningaloo Reef, around Thailand, the Sea of Cortez, and in between we really don't know where they are. They are hunted in some places, and they're part of the shark fin market for soup. So there is some unregulated taking, and we're hoping that this will feed into that and try to help manage those areas that are either regulated taking, which is pretty limited now, or help increase some attention to those areas where there's unregulated killing.
Research is frequently a group project, with several organizations collaborating to provide better resources. And that was the case for a nurse shark study in the dried tortugas, when volunteers from SeaWorld joined the group.
The project focuses on the reproductive physiology of nurse sharks, and collecting data is the #1 priority. Researchers from Albion University, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and SeaWorld Orlando meet yearly to capture, tag, and collect data on a number of nurse sharks. For Wes Pratt of the National Marine Fisheries Service, tagging is a staple of research.
We've been studying sharks at National Marine Fisheries Service for 35 years with a tagging program. That's a natural extension of this is to study the nurse sharks now. We'll be putting a little hole in the shark's first dorsal fin and applying these blue tags with this little pair of pliers here. It's kind of like getting your ear pierced, and it provides a mark that lasts for as long as 27 years. We've had this particular tag last on a shark.
Researchers collect the same information year after year as the sharks mature and add it to a growing database. With this collective data, the researchers are learning more about growth rates, reproductive physiology, and population stability in this particular group of nurse sharks. As head researcher Dr. Jeff Carrier of Albion University knows, it's important information to have.
Aside from the pure and applied science of the study, one of the things that's important is that sharks are commercially valuable. And if we're going to understand them and understand how many we can take in a commercial fishery, we need to know something about the rate at which they replace themselves. Part of the study depends on us being able to know who the animals are in the area, and for that we do a tagging program.
Nice job. Going right back to where we caught her.
Well, we've looked at research at zoological parks and aquariums, and we've looked at research in the wild. But there's one facility that's trying a combination of both in order to learn more about one of the most notorious sharks alive today.
In an effort to dispel the worst reputation in the shark world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has dedicated a special research program to the great white shark. The project began with capturing, tagging, and releasing young white sharks to learn more about this threatened species in the wild. The tracking data provided good information and a beginning look into the white shark's behavior, habitat, and migration patterns. The next step in the program was to bring a white shark to the aquarium for exhibit and further behavioral study. And in order to succeed where others have failed, the aquarium first brought a young white shark to a 5 million gallon ocean pen to see how the shark would react. After a period of constant observation of the shark's behavior in the pen, the young white shark was fitted with an electronic tag and released. Then, in the fall of 2004, a young female great white shark was brought to the aquarium after being accidentally caught in a commercial fishing net. After an acclimation period in the ocean pen, she was moved to the aquarium's Outer Bay exhibit, a 1 million gallon marine display. This is the first time a great white has ever been held for any length of time in a controlled habitat. But the young shark is doing really well. She is swimming strongly and her appetite is good. And as long as she does well, she'll stay. If she shows any signs of distress or failing health, she'll be tagged and released. So far, this ambitious research program has been very successful. Like most zoological parks and aquariums, Monterey Bay's mission is to inspire conservation by bringing guests face to face with living animals. They hope to raise awareness of the plight of the great white and all sharks by providing guests the opportunity to see a great white shark in a non-threatening environment, and by teaching them about the shark's important role in maintaining the balance of the ocean ecosystem. So far, this young ambassador for the great white shark species is doing a great job. But only time will tell if we human visitors will do our part to save her species.
Through innovative research, we can expand our knowledge of the world around us and find new ways to preserve and protect species like sharks. But it takes more than knowledge to affect change. It takes everyone working together to do the right things to save our wildlife.
There are a number of different projects that are working to save the shark, but there's one preservation program that's definitely unusual, especially since it involves training sharks, not an animal many people think of as trainable. It's a successful model of behavioral training for shark husbandry being used at Discovery Cove in Florida, and aquarium supervisor Laura Simmons is excited about the possibilities.
So Laura, with my background as a trainer, I'm really interested to hear about your shark training program.
Researchers have been trying to train sharks for over 30 years, but what we've done here at Discovery Cove is we've tried to utilize the training for husbandry techniques and also even for educational purposes.
What types of behaviors have they been learning?
It's not necessarily the behaviors that they learn, it's more that we condition them to feed at certain areas, condition them to come up to a particular spot where we need for them to be so that we can see them up close, so that we can make sure that each animal is feeding appropriately.
So you guys get a chance to get up close. Do the guests have that opportunity as well?
We have a program called Trainer for a Day, and our guests actually get to feed the sharks when they come to visit us here.
So is that a scary experience or a positive experience?
It's very positive because not only is it educational, but it's a way for them to get up close and see that they're not scary, vicious animals, that they're actually very beautiful. When they have a chance to hand feed a nurse shark or actually tongue feed, they're seeing that these animals are very powerful and mysterious, but at the same time they're not scary anymore. So a guest that may come in thinking, oh, I'm really afraid of sharks, I don't think I want to see one, once they go up close to them, they all of a sudden take more interest in them and the way they might behave in the wild.
Each year, humans cause the death of as many as 100 million sharks. It's the result of a combination of factors: competition for the same resources, overfishing, accidental deaths as bycatch in commercial fishing nets, and unnecessary killings due to superstition or lack of education. But whatever the case, we're killing sharks faster than they can reproduce. Sharks are very valuable to commercial fishermen because of an increased demand for shark products. One particularly wasteful type of shark fishing is called finning, where only the fins of the shark are cut off, and the rest is simply tossed back into the ocean to die, all just to make fin soup, which some cultures view as a delicacy. The killing of sharks to sell their parts for a high price is actually a hauntingly similar scenario to the California sea otter, an animal hunted almost to extinction for its fur. So to keep this from happening to sharks, we need to work now to protect them. What can you do to help?
Well, conservation begins with learning. So learning about sharks and why they are an important species to save is a good first step. You can also support legislation to protect sharks and their habitats, as well as legislation to make commercial fishing safer for all the bycatch species: sharks, dolphins, turtles, and others. You can do your part to keep the oceans and waterways clean for sharks and all other marine species, because habitat pollution is a major factor in wildlife survival. You can always support one of the many conservation organizations that are working to help the sharks too. Organizations such as the Nature Conservancy and Wild Aid, which do research in several locations around the world to learn more about sharks. Another is the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, which supports shark conservation programs to reduce overfishing and overconsumption of sharks and shark products, as well as many other species and habitat programs.
So what do you say, friend or foe? I definitely say friend, and I hope by now you think so too. Sharks are incredible creatures, and there's still so much we don't know about them. But through continued research, we'll learn more. And through education, we'll work to dispel the fears and myths about sharks. Because the only way to save an animal is to care about it, recognize its value and place in this ecosystem we call Earth. I'm Julie Scardina, and thanks for joining us for The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The sharks featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening. I call the Citizens Forum to order. We have two speakers tonight. You will be asked to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Kim Gentry.
Evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. My name is Kim Gentry at 1047 Waldron Road.
Mayor of LaVergne, how would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing, is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
Thank you, sir.
I found that an interesting excerpt from the League of Women Voters mayoral forum back in the fall. The tool of communication did not exist in the recent water outages in the South Waldron community. The first occurrence at my house, I thought I was dealing with a frozen pipe issue until I became aware that there were other neighbors with the same issue or low pressure. It was not easy to deal with that. The second occurrence, I was out of town with visiting family. What if my house had caught on fire with this water outage? It's come to my knowledge that possibly Mr. Beasley, who can address this, I'm sure, in his department report, wasn't even aware until the Facebook post on December 26th that we had an outage of water in our area. What if someone had died in a house? Well, the communication was made, or the statement was made of, well, we've got people without electricity, people are dying with no heat. Well, at least we knew about the rolling outages. We knew that it was happening. Had we ever questioned that SCADA, would it possibly fail during a freezing temperature? Do we have a reaction recovery plan, and is communication part of that plan? And if so, why did we not use it? Simply a Facebook post would have helped in letting us know that possibly something could happen. 5 seconds, Facebook post. And how we might could have helped a citizen prevent the numerous outages by conserving water. Or what duration were we looking at? We could have been informed at some point during the process. Why weren't we? We've got great department leaders. Let them do their job outside of this boardroom, and let's let them communicate with the citizens. What if the NFL had not reacted and communicated properly Monday night? What if?
Thank you. Next, we have Steve McGill.
I'm Steve McGill, live at 177 Blair Road. On Christmas Eve, we returned home to discover we had no water. As challenging a week we had with extreme weather, it was not very surprising. I was so relieved when I found out it was area-wide and not my own pipes, since we had made it through the coldest days okay. I completely understood that any number of issues could have occurred. Frozen large pipes, accidents, any number of things could have caused the outage. So I immediately turned to the internet and social media to see if there were any updates. Several neighbors had already reached out to the after-hours water department and were waiting to hear back. We heard rumors of an accident with a fire hydrant. We went to bed and hoped for the best. On Christmas Day, we had water, albeit with very low pressure. Again, no notices on the city website or announcements on social media. The rumor mill told us that the tank had drained during whatever was repaired, and trucks were supplementing refilling the water tank. But then we lost water again completely. The day after Christmas, at 1:25, the city first acknowledged an issue and attempted to explain the cause. Some of you have ridiculed neighbors for raising questions about how this was handled. You've said we should be ashamed of ourselves for raising questions while people died from cold weather and electricity outages. I'm not surprised. It's the typical response we expect from the majority of this board to blame anyone who questions your decisions. So allow me to explain my concerns. Was I angry I had no water? Not at all. It was completely understandable. Was it an inconvenience? Yes. Was it life-threatening? Not to me or my family. Was my home at risk? Turns out it was, since the fire department didn't even know we had no water in this area until it was posted on social media. So here's my issue. We pay a city administrator and an assistant administrator a very competitive wage, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out what they're responsible for. It is clearer than ever to me that this mayor wants to single-handedly run this city. It's clear that no one feels empowered in his absence to even put out an announcement for something that affected a significant section of our city. I believe everyone did their best. However, I don't believe there were any plans in place to handle something like this. There's now an opportunity for all departments involved to understand what happened and determine how it will be addressed in the future. It's up to you to determine what you learn. Please empower the employees we already employ and hold them accountable. If they don't want that, they're not the right associates. But this city clearly cannot continue to be mayor-dominated if we truly want to improve all citizen lives.
Thank you. That's going to close out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is January 5th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon this city to melt and mend hardened hearts, to get everyone working together, to get them working to benefit each other and not themselves. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over our men and women, both serving in emergency and both serving all across this nation and world. We ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the September 6, 2022 regular meeting and the December 6, 2022 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 6th and the December 6th regular meetings.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis.
As promised from last month, if you look at the second slide, you will see the data from November 9th through November 30th. You can see that information there. And if you go to the next page, you will see the numbers for the month of December for that. Just some highlights. You will see that car burglaries, theft from motor vehicles. We had six cases in the month of December. All vehicles left unlocked and normal hours between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. The good part about it is there's no weapons in the hands of bad guys right now. And if you go on through your packet, you also see LPD activity. As you can see, the men and women, even though we're shorthanded, you can see that they're still busy working. 3,459 calls for service, 150 arrests, and 902 traffic stops that resulted in 20 DUI arrests and 49 drug arrests. So kudos to the men and women for working hard as they are. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about the accreditation?
So we got word today. We set application to begin the accreditation process through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police back in September. And the accreditation program is something that's really nationwide for police departments to have a set standard for every officer across the board. You know, like one shift wouldn't do it one way, another shift was a way that the department adopts through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. And we got our information today that we was accepted into the program to start our process for accreditation. Now that we've been accepted, we got 3 years to get it done. So it's going to be a madhouse at LPD for us, but it's going to be huge for the city. It's never been done. We've attempted, but we got to the policy part of it and just kind of fell off. So this is really huge for us. I got people in place that's actually dealing with accreditation and accreditation only. So I think it's going to be successful this time.
Wonderful. You want to have any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Just as each month, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review our reports. Of course, you have the month of December reports in front of you, but you also have the year-end report for 2022. There is a typo up there at the top. I'm sure y'all noticed that. It looks like we've had about a 10% increase in our runs, about 300 runs more than we had last year, which is trademarking or trending as we were the year before that. A vast majority of them, again, are in medical. 2,718 runs this year versus 2,500, so about a 200 plus change in runs or an increase in runs. And that's why we focus so diligently on training our people to treat what our citizens need the most. Medical training, 80% of our run volume is there. We did have an increase in motor vehicular accidents, a couple of extra fires that did not occur last year. But most everything else is on par from where we were this time last year. This was an extremely busy year for the LaVergne Fire Department. Not only did we increase by 300 runs, but we completed our ISO evaluation. We're still waiting on reports from the Insurance Service Office on that. It's been an extremely busy year, and I'd like to take my hat off to the firefighters, this department, the men and women that serve every single day. Also, if I could, Mayor, you and I talked Tuesday night about Community Connect. Hopefully tomorrow you'll see some push out from some social media sites about the Community Connect that you can find on LaVergne or fire.lavernetn.gov, where citizens, business owners can go to that website, click onto the link for the Community Connect. That allows each person within the city to give us what information they would like to know about their home or their business. Tell us how many people live there. Maybe you have a senior adult or a child living on the second floor. Most of us are old enough to remember the Tot Finder stickers on the windows. This is like an electronic version of that for the firefighters. So as we're en route to the house, we can review that information and we can know that we have specific needs. You can even take pictures of your dogs, post those up there, as well as locations for your gas shutoffs, water shutoffs, any special needs that you may have for the home. So it's a very critical tool for our firefighters that we've never had before, decision making.
I believe we had a few already take some photos and upload them, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir. We've probably got 60 plus people in the last 3 months upload information, and I'm saying we probably, of those 60 people, we've got no less than 40 or 50 pictures of canines. So it is an incredible tool, without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's like the old Tot Finder that I had on my window when I was a child. So that information stays within the website. It's not available to anybody else other than emergency personnel, so it's a secure site as well.
And Chief, you also had some staff members get some accreditation, some certifications just recently. Is that right?
This is an incredibly busy. We had a number of people get their Firefighter 1, Firefighter 2, instructor certifications, fire officer certifications. I've not posted yet because the complete numbers have not came in, but we had 12 people complete EMT, advanced EMT training. We're waiting on the state certifications on that. Some of them already returned. But I don't want to post that until we get our final numbers on those. But again, at this point, we have 36 personnel in the streets every day, if I remember correctly, that have EMT basic or advanced EMT, and one paramedic serving the citizens. Again, that's 80% of our run volume. That's where the bread and butter is for the city. And if you look at community risk reduction, we're meeting the needs on top of the fires that we work. But we concentrate on the numbers as well.
Does anyone have any other
We
questions?
got sidetracked yesterday, Chief, talking, and
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask you, are we still doing the smoke alarm system? And if we are, what is the criteria?
There is no criteria. If you call and request to our fire admin office or go through the LaVergne fire.laverne10.gov, I think that, to me, that's the easiest way to get to us because it's documented. You can request smoke alarms. We'll install smoke alarms in all the appropriate locations in the home, outside the bedrooms, one in a central location at zero cost to the citizen.
Okay, and my next question is, how's the mud hole?
It's wet. It's wet. We met Tuesday or Wednesday on that, and we've got some things to deal with. Kyle and myself have got some decisions to make, but you're in the construction business. It's this time of year. January, February is going to be a difficult time to try to get some concrete on the ground to start the construction process. But it is a swamp.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Chief Beasley, I just want to be clear. When were you first notified of the water outage in the South Waldron community?
When I recognized it on social media.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see the help desk tickets there, 72. Man hours devoted to those, 583.5. You see some of the past projects that we've worked on this past month. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration at 10 a.m. February 4th will be the father-daughter dance at the multipurpose building, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Under the Sea is the theme. Mermaids will be on site for photo ops. You see some of the past senior events there, a couple of upcoming senior events. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Committee meeting, 4:30, January the 23rd. Also on the 23rd is the Park and Rec meeting at 6 and the Beautification and Arts Committee meeting at 7 p.m. Martin Luther King, I just want to go back to that real quick. I encourage everybody that has the opportunity to please come out. We have some awesome guest speakers lined up. That is going to be at the multipurpose at 10. If you're off that day, please come out. If you can, if you're working and you take an early lunch, come out and see it. We're very excited. Shamil Balbalosa is going to be one of our guest speakers, along with John DeBerry. He's an amazing man, has an amazing story to tell. Actually marched with Dr. King and was in the audience for his last speech the day before he was assassinated. So that opportunity to hear firsthand that knowledge and that experience is not going to come around that often, so we are very excited to be able to book him to come to LaVergne. Any questions?
Thank you, David.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to the Library Department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You see our monthly statistics there. Little bit low, but we were closed several days during the month of December. We did some inventory, we did some maintenance in the library. So we feel pretty good about that. We're going to move on up, though. We did get 47 new patron cards, and we're happy about that. On our programs, there were 11 for ages birth to 17 with an attendance of 166. And then I want to talk just a second about two special events that we had. The LaVergne High School Junior ROTC had a reading night. And you can see a picture there at the bottom of the report. There we go. That is the Wolverine Battalion. And they are the ones who created the books that were read that night based on the 7 values of the Army, or the Army's 7 values. Get that right in this moment. So we were very happy to have them. They were very excited to be there, and we were excited to have them. So January at the library, story times are going to resume on Monday morning. So we want to encourage all of our Storytime people to come on back, and we encourage new people to come join us. We do offer story times and arts and crafts activities for all ages, from birth all the way up to 99 plus. The library will be closed on Monday, January 16th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do hope that some of our patrons will come out and join the Parks and Rec team at Multipurpose Building. I think it's going to be a great celebration. I know I'm looking forward to it. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., two of my newest staff members created a display. I would love for you to come by and see it. This picture really doesn't do justice. Jonathan Skinner and Rosie Civilay created this display for us, and their very first one since being hired into the library. So proud of them. We are going to try to start a new program. It is going to be called Intro to Financial Education. This is going to be presented by Mark Pretty. And I should have had his bio. I do not, but he is very educated, very knowledgeable on all financial areas. And I just want to read it verbatim for you. It says, join us at the LaVergne Public Library for the first education presentation on financial literacy. The first course on financial literacy will cover the basics of financial education and literacy, including core financial concepts and the importance of managing personal finances. January is a good year to look into that and to get started. The suggested ages are ages 17 and over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read two paragraphs. Financial literacy refers to the ability of using knowledge and skills to make informed and responsible decisions about personal financial matters. This presentation will provide an overview of these concepts and discuss the importance of financial education and literacy in managing personal finances and achieving financial goals. Throughout each course, we will discuss financial concepts such as saving, investing, budgeting, as well as the broader economic and financial environment. Mark wanted to give back to the community. He was very much an avid reader when he was younger. He would come to the library, and he said it's kind of like coming home. And so this is a free course that he is doing for us. It will be the first one on January the 12th at 5 p.m. That's a Thursday night. So we would love to have some people come out and give us some feedback if this is a course that they would like to have continued. The library board will meet Monday here at City Hall at 5 p.m. Do you have any questions?
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch on some highlights. In the general fund, year-to-date, our expenses exceeded revenue by $161,321. Our local sales tax year-to-date number was $6,589,603, which is $1,589,603 above our budget. It's also $658,000 above our prior year. Our state street aid, the revenue exceeded expenses by $125,000. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $73,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenue exceeded expenses by $6,380,045. Just a reminder, the reason that's significantly higher is we did receive the second half of our ARPA funds, which was $5.3 million. Second page you have is just our balances on our bank accounts. The third page is our comparison to prior year. In our general fund, revenues were up $212,000, expenses were up $334,000. In our water sewer fund, revenue was up $5.5 million, expenses were up $291,000, and our water and sewer tap fees were down $37,000. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions, just a statement. You're doing a great job when you're presenting us these numbers and stuff. I like that, the way you do it. And I know Phyllis is about to check out on us, and I just want to say if you learn to make biscuit and gravy as good as she does, you'll be all right.
I've already been asked that. Thank you, I appreciate
Oh,
it.
you have, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the water treatment plant, Mr. Wayne Lowry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, pleasure to be here this evening. I know you all have the report. I hope you had a chance to run through it. I would prefer, if everyone's agreeable, that we just skip and discuss the Christmas water event, being that is the subject of discussion. I'm going to kind of give you a timeline of the things that happened from the water plant on out. So we'll start with December 23rd, which was a Friday. At approximately 12:30-ish in the morning, some weather was coming through. We had some power blips, and we lost our SCADA signal to our McFarland tank. So the McFarland tank, you know, is a small tank in comparison to everything else out in the system. It decided that it was going to be at 581% full. Obviously, that wasn't happening because we didn't have ice everywhere. But we were able to control that manually because we could see the discharge pressure off of our pumps. So when the pressure got to 81 pounds, we turned a pump on. When it got to 87 pounds, we shut a pump off. So we were able to cycle that manually. Then at approximately 4:30 a.m., we had some power blips that came through, and it tripped the main breaker on a raw water building. Now, the power was not off long enough for a generator to run. The main plant was fine, but the main breaker for the raw water plant was stuck in a trip position. So we came out, we looked at it, and typically you could take the pressure off by just killing all your electrical power, reset your breaker, and then start everything back up. That did not work. So we called Eaton out to do it. They came out at approximately 9 a.m. Unfortunately, they brought an 800 amp breaker, and it needed to be a 600 amp breaker. But in the meantime, they also needed NES to come out to kill the power to do the work that they needed to do. So NES came out quickly to kill the power. They came back with the right breaker, but with the changes of design over the years, that breaker did not match up in hole alignment, so he had to manufacture some stuff to get the breaker to fit in. Once the breaker repair was done, we needed NES to come back out. That took a little bit longer for them to arrive. Took approximately an hour and a half for them to show back up to turn the power back on. So the challenges we were facing at the time. So to give you the duration, we were not pumping water from Percy Lake to the plant for about 13 hours. From about 4:30-ish to about 6:30, we did not pump water into the distribution system. We were trying to conserve water at the plant, not realizing how long this was going to take, but then we turned the pumps back on. We had about 89% or so in our Sanders tank, and Sanford Knob was showing us at 78%. Hindsight being 2020, which it always is, we noticed that Sanford Knob started flatlining at about 4:46 in the morning. So about 15 minutes after the issue with the raw water plant. So, you know, we were looking at things, we were running the system, conserving water, looking at the knob, saying, okay, we got 78%, we're good, Sanders looks good, let's slow the plant down, that way we can hold the water in a clear well, we'll get this raw water. And then as the day goes along, we're managing it to what we believe to be accurate. Sanders was going down a little bit, but nothing that was detrimental. We got the plant back up and running at, it was roughly 5:30 p.m., and we started treating water again. Saturday morning, so Christmas Eve morning, we come in, we had 89% in Sanders, which is almost full. We run it to about 94%. And the clear well was full, and Sanford Knob was still showing 78%. Well, we caught the Sanford Knob issue Friday evening about 9 o'clock. We got a hold of the on-call person. There is a gauge on the tank. It's basically, I call it a glorified float, because it just floats in the tank and just moves the gauge up and down. That gauge read the tank at 41 feet. I almost said percent, Kyle, you called me on it. Which calculates to be 89% full. So I was like, oh, good, we pumped some water into the tank. Now, we checked that again at noon, and it was still 41 feet. So something was kind of a little messed up there. And then approximately, I don't know if I have that in my notes, 7 o'clock Saturday night, the gauge fell, and it went down to 7 feet. So something was holding it up, keeping it stuck there. So when you look at Plan A is SCADA. Use your SCADA system. Plan B is to use the float. Both of those failed, so now we're on Plan C. And in the whole meantime of this, we've been working with Michael Dietz and his crew on this issue. On Christmas Eve, because Sanders' tank was running low, Mike was looking at trying to get a pump in to connect to Smyrna in case we needed it. Being it's the holidays, trying to do it. He thought he had one coming from Illinois, but he didn't. We ended up finding one coming from New Jersey, and we all thought, well, that's not going to get here. But he moved forward with that. Well, in the meantime, we were still pumping. Saturday night at about 11:30-ish or so, the plant was struggling treatment-wise. When we shut the raw water pumps off for 13 hours and turned them back on, we brought in a slug of mud. And super pulsators don't like mud. So we were able to go approximately 24 hours before it started impacting us. But it started impacting us, and we had to make some treatment changes and some decisions. Danny Campbell came in Christmas Eve at about midnight, and he started working on maybe 1 in the morning. In the meantime, communication between Danny and Michael Dietz was happening, and we got a new reading of the Sanford knob that showed it to be very low at about 3:50 in the morning. Now, we were able to run Mason Road pumps, all three of them. We were running the pumps based upon the information that we had. So on the Friday, December 23rd, we didn't run them because it looked like it was full. On Saturday, we ran them. And on Saturday night, we had shut it off. And then when Mike called us with the numbers, we turned them right back on. And they were running. And we switched to reading the tanks with the pressure gauge off the hydrant that associated with the tank. And the plant was turned around. The plant was producing water. We were pumping over 5 million gallons a day out the door to the community from there. And Sanders was still dropping, and we were still pumping from Mason Road. So at 4 in the morning, we turned Mason Road back on when we got the very low tank reading. At 3:30 in the afternoon on Christmas Day, because the 3:50 in the morning was actually Christmas Day, Christmas Eve night into Christmas Day. 3:30 in the afternoon, we got a tank reading that showed that we're about 75% full at Sanford Knob. At 6 o'clock-ish, we were told it was 60% full, and we were pumping. And in order to fill up Sanders, we stopped pumping for a little bit, just to let things balance with Sanders. And then at 7:20, we were told it was very low again. So we started pumping again. So through all that, we had some issues with the SCADA system. We had some issues, obviously, with the float does on the tank. And we had some issues with the hydrant gauges and what actually was happening within the distribution system. The interesting thing for us, from our side, at least from Infomark's point of view, there is a number that people call to file complaints about the water at the water plant. We only received 13 phone calls. We received one on Christmas Day. And that one was to let us know that somebody's neighbor's pipe burst. We received, and I have this in front of me, if I turn it the right way, 5 on Christmas Eve, one of them from the same address, and all saying low pressure. Now, what we do as your operator is we turn those over to Public Works as this is what it is, and then they go investigate them. And everyone that I know that Mike's aware of that they investigated, they had water. There was water there. The pressure was lower, but there was water. And on December 26th, we had 7 of them. Two of all these were in the Sanders zone. The other ones we believe to be in what would be fed from Sanford Knob. But all of them had water, lower pressure, but water. Mike told me when we were talking throughout this that there was issues that they received on call, and most of them were frozen meters, busted meters, frozen service lines. And even when they hooked up the Smyrna pump, it actually came in from New Jersey at approximately noon to 1 o'clock on Monday, December 26th, which when you think about that, considering the weather that was happening across the United States, that's actually remarkable. And, Xylem should be thanked for getting that to us as quickly as they did. But when he was hooking that up, he was even having conversations with people saying, thank you, but I have water, but it's lower pressure, but I still have water. So from our knowledge, it seems like, yes, we're low in pressure, but it's not a big event. It's a big concern, but it's not a big event. That's two separate things. We want to take care of the concern before it becomes an event, if that makes sense in the way that I say it. So the information we had in our hand was we got low water. We know we got low water. We had a plan in place. We were working through the plan, and we put everything on. It took approximately, well, the Smyrna pump was connected and turned on at 6:49 p.m. on December 26th. It took that long because everything has to be fabricated on site when that pump comes. So it's not just a plug and play. You have to build it. So that was turned on. We were still feeding water through Mason Road. We fed with Smyrna and Mason Road all of December 27th, and Smyrna pump was shut off on December 28th at about 9 p.m. And we have been running smoothly ever since. The plant has been producing a lot of water through this whole event. We were up, like I said, over 5 million gallons out the door. We were treating about 6.7 million gallons of raw water. The hiccup was on the 24th, but we recovered from that quickly. And there's just, it's one of those things where you look back and you go, what could we do different? How can we make this better? What can we learn from this? Well, one of the things that me and Danny have talked about is, getting a better idea of the pressure in the system. What can we do? Is there pressure gauges that we could go physically read that are in place that, because SCADA's out, so can we go physically read them? We had a meeting on Tuesday, and we're going to be working on how do we make that better. We also can talk about SCADA and alarms it can give us even before it can go out to say, hey, the pressure is lower than this set point. What would that be? We'll have to build that out, but that is something I think is critical that we've talked about throughout the SCADA project of things that we could do to make this better. And pressurizing this system by knowing the pressure numbers. We were, honestly, there's part A and part B failed because the SCADA system stuck, the float stuck, and then the tank readings were working, or the hydrant readings were working, and then it bottomed out, and we were just pumping. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that explains anything. I feel like I should answer more questions now than I should be talking. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to field them.
Well, first off, I'm going to chime in because I know I spoke with some residents over in the Ridge, Woodland Hills, and Summit View that, and over in Dove Creek that didn't have water at various times. Michael, I believe I was working with you on some of the Ridge people at the very last minute whenever everything got hooked up. So while this may not be a huge event to y'all, to the people who were impacted during Christmas, it was.
No, and don't let me, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but don't let me mistake. At the time, it didn't feel like an event. When you look back, it is definitely an event. If you look at any of the emails I've sent, I call it the Christmas water event. So I don't want to be mistaken. It's just, level of information that you have at that moment made it feel different than what it ended up being, if that makes sense.
So for me, the big thing is, number one, because I know we've met, I know you've been working with staff, and have we identified action items that either have already been put in place or are being put in place to prevent this in the future? Some of it, I know you can't prevent weather. I mean, weather's going to be weather, but to prevent this in the future. And if so, what are those?
So one of the things we've been talking about, at least from Infomark's point of view, we already have a process in place of working with the city. Mm-hmm. So when we see something, when we work with Michael Dietz and his team, And the response has always been great, the collaboration is always great. And we're like, what can we do differently? Well, one of the things to talk about is the pressures, getting better pressure in the system. So when you look at the situation, what could we have done different? Well, we couldn't do anything different at the water plant. It was running as hard as it could run. What we could have done differently is we could have ran Waldron Road and Mason Road together and say, all right, we now can run 3 pumps at Mason Road, and we would confer to make sure that that was acceptable with Michael Dietz and his team on the situation at hand, because if he's got a main break somewhere, he may not want all 3 pumps on until he gets that fixed. So we would have to collaborate. That we could also run Waldron. The SCADA system, we've talked about that. I mean, can we get alarms when there's power? Yeah. When there's no power, it doesn't help us. There's really no help. But we also talked about, can we install physical gauges so that in the event this were to happen again and we need to go physically to the site and read something, that is strategically placed based upon the hydraulics of that area, so we know exactly what the pressure is in that area. Not necessarily on the suction side of a pump or the discharge side of a pump, but at the base of a tank. So that we could say, hey, I have 15 pounds of pressure in this tank, which is approximately 37 feet of water. So that we can do the math and understand what we have. So that was being discussed. And a lot of this needs to be put on SCADA systems so that we could trend it, so that we could determine what is normal. Because if you could put a pressure gauge out there, and if you go check it once every 2 years, once every year when an event does happen, you don't necessarily know what normal is. So getting it on SCADA so you can trend it, and even when the SCADA goes out, at least we have a physical device that we can walk to and look at, drive to, whatever the case may be. So communication-wise, the plan's already in place with that, Mayor, and that went well. Danny and Mike, and we all work together. Danny talked with me, I talked with Mike, I talked with Kyle, I talked to Bruce, I talked to you about at least the NES power thing, to see if you could help us get that done a little faster. But I don't think it's internally on the process that we have in place, communication's an issue at all. It's just, even if we were to, we talked today about what if we put in heaters? Well, it doesn't do you any good when the power goes out. If it's that cold and power goes out, you still have the same problem. You all don't have the same type of weather as I do back home, and it would not make financial sense to do some of the builds that are done with what you have because the costs run high. But, we could still continue to talk through that to say, is there better things to do? I mean, mind you, this is 1 week later, so there's still a lot of discussion that's going to happen that we're going to learn from. There's still data to file through to say, more lessons learned. What can we do differently?
Bruce, Kyle, y'all are both the city administrators, assistant city administrator. Do y'all want to weigh in on this event, and as far as the other side of it, the city side, and just kind of talk any about that, or your thoughts about what we can do differently?
I think in the future, this SCADA project that we're having designed right now is one of the things that, with this event happening, as Dwayne's stating, is I think we can make sure if there's any improvements or any pressure readings that we need at locations with the alarms and stuff like that, that would be a huge benefit that we know that now, that we can get it into the project, that in the future, hopefully, we get some alarms and stuff like that, because what you had is an event that really, when we was getting information, we were getting the information that they were seeing, but that was not correct information. I mean, when you go to a tank that the SCADA is telling you it's at 78%, you get out to the site because you're like, okay, this can't be right because it's stuck on that. You go out to the site, it says 41 feet. Okay, do we have 41 feet in there or do we not? So, you're going by the information you have, and until we realize that, hey, that's stuck at 41 feet. We didn't know it was stuck at 41 feet, or nobody that went out in the field to look at it didn't know that. Like Dwayne said, hindsight is 20/20. You see later on that it goes to, 7 feet or something like that. When it dropped, clearly it was froze. So we just so happened to have SCADA that had stuck, We had the gauge on the side of the tank that stuck. Then, you know, they went to option C as far as looking at pressure at the hydrant to see if they could determine, you know, okay, well, this is what we feel is in the tank. At that point, like he said, they were doing different pumping scenarios, is the best way I think to put it, that will give you water in different locations at different times. So you're not only just, I'm only filling up Sanders or I'm only filling up Sanford Knob, you're putting water in either all locations or you're putting it in Sanford Knob. When you're doing that, of course, you're pressurizing the system, because if you're getting water in the tank, basically the whole system, because I know fire's been mentioned. To my knowledge, I don't know that anybody went connected to a hydrant that said there was no water, that there was low pressure. I don't think anybody can determine that fire was an issue, because if we were filling the tank, it had to be pressurized. So that's one of the things I think a lot of it could be, and that's what I find also that we need to, like you said, it's only been a week after. I know a lot of people are throwing out the term water outage, but going from the information I received, it was basically low pressure.
I had no water.
And
Excuse me.
we're talking, I mean, it's just, that's one of the things that if there was no water, you know, how many people contacted Dwayne or how many people contacted on-call? I know Dietz had an on-call guy that was getting 80-something calls. Okay, in the future, we may have to have 2 or 3 on-call guys, because one on-call guy cannot keep up with the amount of calls that we were getting. And so what I'm saying is, when you're looking back at the complaints, to my knowledge, the ones that we had that said no water was almost every one of them meter busted, meter froze, service line froze. That has nothing to do with the pressure in the system. So, like I said, kind of what Dwayne was saying through the whole thing is, with the information we had, we made the best decisions that we could. Basically, Dietz, in my opinion, made an outstanding call on Saturday night to go ahead and get the pump en route, because the pump does cost money. It's going to cost. So do you really need it? Do you not? He just felt that something just didn't add up, so he said he went ahead and made the call. And I'm glad he did. The pump got there as quick as it could get there. That's the quickest we could get hooked up to Smyrna. When we got hooked up to Smyrna and got caught back up, we've had no problems. What happened was we had an event to where the power was out and then the SCADA was wrong. And then we made decisions based on information that was bad. So how do we fix that in the future? We try to make sure that SCADA gives us proper information. Hopefully we can do things to where he's talking about on heaters and stuff. What we feel like happened on the tanks is some components, probably when the power went out, they were off long enough because they're usually a battery backup. We feel that the battery, because of the temperature, did not keep those components basically running. So what happened? They lost programming. So is there SCADA components out there that, you know, do not lose the programming, or is that something that's common? Is there something that we can have besides the battery backup that would keep it from losing? Because if that's going to happen every time, then, you know, that's something we can look for. This is something that we never had happen, so I don't think we looked for right off the beginning that, hey, this is going to happen. So I know I probably didn't answer everybody's questions, and I know I probably made some people not happy, but, you know, we can only do with what information we have.
The one more thing, if I could jump in, that popped in my head as Kyle was talking, and, you know, it's an expensive option, but there's also an option of having generators out at the sites. So if you lose power, you have generators. So SCADA PLCs don't lose their programming immediately. They lose their programming after being off for a while. So both McFarland and Sanford Knob both lost their program. That's with those units being off for a while. So whether we have battery backup, maybe bigger battery backups, like maybe even something that can run a heater to keep something warm, or a small gen set that's set that when the power fails, it kicks on. That's an option, so that at least the SCADA won't drop, and we can keep the signal coming. Now, the two things that were wrong, and I'm going to get these wrong because every time I get told them, they go in one ear and out the other. I don't know why they don't stick in my head. But One of them at the knob had to do with a component that was loose, that was felt it was totally weather-related, that the connection wasn't right. That if it would have been warmer, that connection wouldn't have failed, but he had to reset that, and because it was down for so long, it had to be reprogrammed. The other part with McFarland was also weather-related, and for the life of me, I cannot remember exactly what happened with that one, but they were both weather-related. That if there would have been heat, probably wouldn't have happened. Now, the loose component thing, there's kind of a underlying blessing there, because that would have failed at some point because it wasn't seated properly as an electronic component. But it just happened to fail when it got cold.
Michael, is there anything you want to add from this whole event for the board, or anyone has any other questions?
I've got a quick question regarding the communication systems and the messages. Who gets those messages? Who logs those messages? Because I'm a little confused, because I know I personally live in the Ridge, and I had 7 residents of the Ridge who told me they called Christmas Day and reported no outage, and it's just difficult for me to believe that those 7 calls you reported today were those residents.
There's 2 different methods that the citizens have. They have our water complaint hotline, which we only received 1. So our operators get those calls, they take those calls, they log those calls. But there's also a number on the website that they could call to get a hold of on-call on the city site. I don't have view to that. And I'm not saying that, from my perspective, we had 1 that came to the plant directly.
Gotcha.
So there's just 2 avenues that the community could reach out to. And, maybe in the lessons learned, we clarify those avenues a little better.
So going back, Michael, is there anything you want to add from this weather event from your side of things? Because we're trying to paint the whole picture for everyone, so they get the whole sides.
Yes, sir, and just to echo what, has already been mentioned, it was an event. I felt like that event was managed to the best of our ability. I want this board and the citizens of LaVergne to know that. There's always going to be criticism and questions of what we could have done differently, and that's what we will learn from. That's our goal, is to learn from this event, what can we do differently to make it better next time. However, going back, would I made any changes different during this event? I can't say that I would. I feel like we managed it. I feel like we maintained the water in the system to the best of our ability. We got it restored as quickly as we possibly could over a holiday weekend, and I'm very proud of my team at the Public Works Department.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Dwayne or Michael?
Well, did Smyrna have an issue with their water system? I know we got water from them, but what is Smyrna doing different than we are if they didn't have no issues?
Sir, I can't speak to that because I don't know how their system's laid out, but to my knowledge, they did not have any issues. We're thankful that they're a great neighbor, and we have a policy in place where we can get water when needed, if needed.
And I will chime in. Our neighbors to the north, Davidson County, did have significant problems. Whenever the news reported on LaVergne, it was as a footnote to the fact that Nashville had an under-the-river break on top of all of their other breaks.
Yes, sir. And if I may, just real quick, another side note here, the water event was one issue, but I'd also like to recognize all the guys and gals that worked during the winter event throughout the snow and ice, because there was a lot of hours that was put in there to make sure that the road was cleared for the citizens of LaVergne, as well as emergency services. So just like to recognize those guys as well.
Anyone have any other questions for Dwayne or Michael?
So, in your opinion, because I dealt with it, do you think those glitches from the electrical had anything to do with the SCADA and power?
It's a difficult question to answer, but my opinion is it definitely did on the raw water plant, tripping that breaker. And I'm not 100% certain that it had any, it might have had some play with the tanks, but I think that was more of maybe the glitch and the cold weather at the same time. But we're at the plant, we're not at the tanks. So I can't 100% say that those glitches even happened at those tank sites. We know they happened at the plant because we were physically present.
And Carl brought up a good point. He talked about the fire hydrants. So we really don't know if the fire hydrants had water or not. Is that a fair statement?
So, to that, Vice Mayor, so that was thought of during the event as well by me personally. And to my knowledge, we was pumping 200,000 gallons a minute from Mason Road Pump Station into the south part of LaVergne, which would provide 2,000 gallons a minute in the event of a fire. We had the ability to kick on a third pump, which would have added another 1,000 gallons per minute to that system. Now, if we had gotten much lower in the Sanders water tank, then yes, sir, that call would have been made. So during the event, it was thought of, but the concern was not as high as priority as getting the Smyrna connection hooked up.
And if I can add a little bit to that. So these tanks have to be taken out for maintenance. And Sanford Knob has been out of service, where we fed the system through Mason Road and Walden Road. So it's not that you can't have fire protection with the tank out of completely empty, 2 foot of water, 5 foot of water. You still can have fire protection. You're just feeding it from a different methodology because the tank is out of service. So we could have turned, if there was something like that would have happened, we could have turned more pumps on.
How long would that take in case of an emergency? Do we have seconds or
It doesn't
minutes?
take long. As soon as we get the phone call, it's a click of a button and it turns on. And if we have to drive to it, whatever drive time it is from the plant to there, or from wherever one of his guys might be, it might even be closer, in case the SCADA wouldn't turn it on. It's not a long time to do that.
In which we was already providing 2,000 gallons per minute that we knew was leaving the pump.
So the terminology came up over this is the perfect storm. And from everything you've talked about, that's exactly what it was, from an ungodly cold for this area, electric, data, just everything. Once you got everything up and running, and I'm gonna put Michael or Kyle on the spot, if we were not in this ridiculous predicament we're in with Stones River, would those tanks have filled up better, quicker if we had those lines put in?
Yeah, you're talking about the 24
Yes,
inch.
yes.
Yes, if that line was in, we can pump max. I mean, we can get 10 million gallon a day to that tank. Currently, with the piping system we have in, we max out about 5 million gallon a day pumping rate to get to Sanders tank. So that's where, if that line was done today, we could have got more water to the tanks quicker. The problem with that would have been like what Dwayne was talking about, just being all open about it. That's where whenever he was saying that the clear well was at a certain level, well, you got to use the clear well water to backwash. And I know this is going to get a lot of, probably too deep, but you can only produce so much water that they're limited to. So even if you had the 24 in, and let's say we was thinking we can get 10 million gallons a day, you got to produce that amount of water, and we're, not at that. So there would have been some limitations, but yet could we have done better at getting water to the system? Yes, if it was done. And so in the future, with the 24-inch done and with the SCADA project, once it gets completed, hopefully this does not happen again.
And even when you look at what we were able to do, I've always heard the number of 5 million was the max we could do through the 18-inch line. We were over 5 million going out the door. I think we hit 5.3, 5.4 out the door. So, it would have been better to have that 24-inch in place. But even with the 18, I think we did pretty good at getting the water in the system.
You kept talking about a glitch. When the electricity goes off the water treatment plant, the diesel generators come on and kick in. Is that what you think might have tripped a fuse or something?
No, sir, because what happens is the utility power has to be off for a certain amount of time before that generator recognizes that there's no utility power, and then it turns on, and then there's a delay in the transfer switch before it transfers. That whole process, utility power have to be off for about 45 seconds. So when it's one of these type things, the generator would never turn on. And that's by design. That's to make sure that we're not backfeeding from a generator into the utility power.
And it has to start over every time it does that, the timing.
It will recognize each individual process.
So it sounds like you've done all you could do. I know Michael did, man. I was talking to him and his guys, and not only they have to deal with that, they had a big water main break and had to deal with that. So my final question is this: as a collectively group, it seems that some of the citizens' concerns out there, which Kyle brought this up too, is some didn't have water, some had low pressure. The neighbor had water, but this neighbor didn't. It was kind of crazy. So as far as a communication thing, if something like this were to happen again, who could they, I know they were calling, and apparently everybody thought that we all knew exactly what was going on. I know I didn't. I just heard the terminology perfect storm. How can we, as a collective group, get there's no way you can put in a statement everything that we've talked about here in the last 20 minutes in a short term. Now, if you send something short out there to say, hey, it's broke, it's going to take a while, is that going to pacify? Probably not, but to get things out there.
We've talked about it. It's a difficult question because there's always a communication in cold weather that when you have a crawl space or a basement that's not heated, it's a trickle water so that your lines don't freeze. So there's a difference between trickling water and open up a faucet in your bathtub. So you don't want to use that one, you just need to move it slowly. But if you turn around and then say, we need you to conserve water, then the next thing you know, if people follow that and they turn it off, then their line could freeze. And then we end up with a break in a line that's running more water than they were if they were trickling it. So when you look at the decisions that we're making at the time, you're like, what do you say? Because, what we were seeing was low pressure. I'm not saying that people didn't have water because hindsight's 20/20. We're learning that people didn't have water. But at the time, it was low pressure. So it's like, I was talking to Bruce about water conservation notice, and like, do we not? It's a very difficult decision to make at that time with those extreme temperatures. Is there a different method to communicate to the citizens? Maybe we can collaborate on something that would be a little bit better, but I think we need to spend some time to make sure we have something that's foolproof. From us, on this side, working the thing, you're just trying to make phone calls and talk and make decisions and react. And maybe there's a way we could put something together where there's one person that could be reached out to that could put the things out there to the community that may not be in place today. Then
Well, if everybody had their water dripping like most people did, that would have used up a lot of water. That might have been one of the reasons you had low water pressure. If everybody left their water dripping, that's got to make up a lot of water.
Yeah, and that's the hard one. How do we know who's doing it? You're right. If everyone was doing it, that would take up pressure, that would take up water. You don't know who's doing it. You're just putting that recommendation out as a precaution so the homeowner doesn't have a line freeze. So you don't know who's actually doing that. And you don't know what that consumption is to know what you have to balance out and what you pump into the system.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to staff because I know for myself, I was out of town. I know, Michael, you tried to reach me a couple times, and where I was basically a little bit further back than Deliverance. So I was unreachable. And, y'all handled that as best you could, considering all the circumstances going on. So I want to say thank you because I know Danny's coming in Christmas at 1 a.m. working. Your staff worked through because whenever I got back, I went out to where y'all were at. And so thank you guys because y'all gave up your holiday with your families, just like everybody. Everyone's stuck in this situation. You are out here working in the cold. So thank you.
Yeah, I would. It seems like the biggest thing is the communication part, because it took 3 days before something came out from Public Works on what happened. So everything what started happening with this perfect storm, December 23rd, from everything, I know that through Facebook communication, social media, whenever there's a water line break or whatever. I live on Cedar Park Circle. We were known for our water main breaks. So, anytime there was a water main break, there's something goes out on social media. Water main break, you're gonna have an issue. Why wasn't something put out on social media when this was recognized? That's my biggest question, and it seems like that's the questions from the citizens. Why did it take 3 days before something came out and then everything was fixed? Or basically, everything was on the road to being fixed? That's my biggest thing. I mean, because I work at Vanderbilt, and anytime something happens around the campus or around the area, we get an alert on our email, we get an alert on our phone if we want it. And I know, like I said, the community, depends on social media. So, I mean, that's my biggest thing, and I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, but I think there should have been better communication when this perfect storm started happening. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody or anything, but that's another thing to look at in your future planning and your policies and procedures.
And we most certainly will, yes, ma'am.
I just want to add on to what Carol said, but I honestly, being medical, and looking at the scenario, reading through the recap of exactly what happened, I honestly think the missed opportunity here is preventatively. When we're ordering pumps ahead of time preventatively, just in case we need water from Smyrna, I think that's a great time to notify the public, hey, there's potential outage, conserve your water, whatever recommendations you have at that time. But, just preventatively, once we're starting to put a plan in action just in case, that's a great time to let our citizens know on Christmas Eve, just in case we might be in a tight spot tomorrow, the next day, and the next few days. If you take a look at how Middle Tennessee Electric kind of approaches things with the high capacity, they preventatively alerted the community to try to reduce their demand, and they let them know the possibility of outages before they ever even started the rolling blackout. Just give the community a little bit more time to prepare for these instances.
Any other questions?
And I also want to make a note that I really think that any time that we have a problem with our water service, I think the fire department should be the absolute first people to know. I know, based on the data that you've collected, that things would have been just fine, but for their first notification to be a social media when it's gone out to the public, that is not acceptable. Like, there are lives at risk that we need to consider. So, like I said, the emergency services, fire, most importantly. And I know he said you guys have great working relationships, and this is just kind of a one-off circumstance with everything, it seems like. But emergency services, number one, first and foremost. We got to keep in mind the safety of our citizens overall. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading, ordinance 2023-01, and an ordinance to amend Title V, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-01, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-02, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cyber Security Partners Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron. Aye. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on, number 7, approve a contract for purchase and sale of real estate and lease agreement for 169 Stones River Road, existing Fire Station 41. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'm going to second it for discussion because there was a sticking piece here about the lease agreement. Bruce, did we get that worked out?
Yes, sir. The lease amount will be $500 per month, and that has been put into the lease agreement that's in your packet.
Okay. Should all have that. That's it for questions for me. Anyone have any other discussion?
Just one more. When does the time limit start as far as the 500 a month?
Well, there is no time limit. It'll start once the property exchanges hands.
That's what I'm.
Until we're able to move out of the building.
And how long will it take before, if it's approved tonight, how long will it take before it's?
There is a period of time, due diligence time. I'm thinking it's 60 days, and then they have to close, I believe, within 30 days after that. So we're looking at approximately 90 days until we close, if everything goes through.
Any other questions?
The concern to me, and I brought up in the workshop, is, the price was $300,000, and the property was auctioned off beside it for $710,000. It brought up in the workshop that the contents was included, but the contents of the building was auctioned off separate. So the $710,000 was for the building and the property, not for the contents. The shelving, the glass cases, all the merchandise in there was auctioned off, but it was auctioned off separate. The building next door, which the building is bigger, but it's a big difference between $300,000 and $710,000. If you take the building twice as big, you're over twice as big in price. And it's concerned to me about the price. You just go back to the old post office, the code building. We sold it for less than the appraisal, and then it just seemed like we're getting into a pattern that we're selling city property less than the value. And that's something that that really concerned me. Your two properties right next to each other. It don't settle with me real good, and I want to broad up that. But the contents now was not included in the $710,000. None of the contents, the shelving, the showcases, nothing was auctioned off separate. The $710,000 was the building and the property, and we sold the old fire department for $300,000. Basically same size land, which the building was a little bit bigger, but I just concerned about the price.
Well, just to point out, the stormwater building was, the board did vote to go under price. For the public works, it was, as far as stormwater, was under the appraised price. Public works was $100,000 over the appraised price, and this is right at appraised price. So that is part of this, and this is an offer from the purchaser. So just to put that out there, the land size is different. They're not the same. This is a smaller parcel. With that, Alderman Waldron?
I know.
Alderwoman Haas?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the beer board. We've got 2 terms expiring and 2 applicants. And this is one that's appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the board. So I will appoint Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock back to the beer board. All in favor?
Aye. Abstain.
Moving on to the library board. We have got 3 terms expiring. We have one applicant that got in before the deadline today. I believe we have another one for next month, but we've got Kayla Koester, and need a motion to appoint this person.
I make a motion to appoint Kayla to the library board.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We have got, let's see here, 5 terms expiring, and we've got one that's a requested change out by the organization. So I'm going to appoint Marty Blair, Daniel Campbell, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, and Alex Thompson to the Local Emergency Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Stain.
Moving on to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have got one term that expired. We've got Chuck Isbell, contacted him. He does want to stay on this board. We also have another applicant as well. This is one where I appoint, the board confirms. I will reappoint Chuck Isbell to the Parks and Recreation Board. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Last, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are that have expired. We've got one that's wanting to stay on this board. Looks like that is Jeff Moss. I'll make a motion to reappoint Jeff Moss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to remember the Montgomery family in their prayers for the loss and the family members. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets has got fresh water and shelter. And again, I put a item on the agenda for the 24th or 25th time, and Jason has it removed. Somebody spoke at Citizens Forum about the mayor. That's hitting the nail right on the head. I put the same thing on the agenda over 24 times, and he has removed it 24 times. And that's all. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just a reminder, the LaVergne Rescue Unit's having a Country Ham fundraiser on January 14th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Cost is $12 per person. Also wanted to encourage everybody to come out for the MLK Day ceremony on January 16th at 10 a.m. at the Multipurpose Building. And just a reminder to everybody, the annual communication survey is available on the city website through February 28th. You can also get hard copies at City Hall, Parks and Rec, the library, or the Senior Center. So I encourage everybody to complete those surveys.
Alderwoman Hawks.
Yes, there was a
Form. So great job, all you emergency guys. I seen you out there. This thing about the mayor, I've been thinking about this. And I'm not picking on Michael, I'm just bringing him up. If Michael has an employee he has a problem with, it goes to HR. HR goes to Kyle. Kyle goes to Bruce. And then they talk back and forth. By the time anything gets to this guy, it's a done deal. He's not going to, it's just a matter of somebody putting their name on it. If you take it out of his hand, put it in Bruce, by the time it gets to Bruce, it's a done deal. So that stuff is hearsay. But anyway, thank you guys again for a good job. Hope that doesn't happen again. So, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I do want to remind everyone about the Martin Luther King Day ceremony. It should be wonderful. We have worked very diligently, and when I say we, I'm talking about David McGowan and his staff on getting the guest speakers here. Mr. DeBerry we've been working on that for several years, so very big props to you and your team for that and for everyone who's coming in to work that event. So I hope you all join us. It'll be 10 a.m. down at the Multipurpose Building. I do want to thank staff for working through Christmas on restoring water, including my own, where I live is part of this. So thank you for that. And hopefully we can use this as a building tool and improve things for the next weather event, because regardless, there will be another one of who sits in any of these seats. There will always be weather events. Lastly, when it comes to the Hire and Fire Authority, which is what Alderman Waldron was talking about, yes, I have removed that because, like Vice Mayor No said, it actually is a multi-pronged process, and it comes from a director to HR, through legal, through our city administrators, before it ever gets to me. So that's something that's a check and balance. If you put it on an individual employee, as it's already been threatened in the past, Alderman Waldron, where if they didn't do certain things the board would do, the board would just fire that employee. And I don't think that's right and proper. This allows a check system for everybody, and this was the same process that went on whenever you were mayor. So this is something that's keeping with a normal tradition that has kept the city moving forward and has kept the city out of trouble. So with that, we call the meeting adjourned.
Welcome, everybody, to the LaVergne Planning Commission, January 31st, 2023 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the December 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Second item of business, preliminary plat, Mission Hills, sections 1 through 6, 275 lots on 120.71 acres, requested by SEC, property located at 703 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by John M. Gilliand Living Trust. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. Real quick, just two reminders. The Planning Commission workshop for February was moved to Monday, the 13th. So for those of you all who are used to the Tuesday night, it'll be Monday, the 13th at 5:30 in this room. And then the training is Saturday, the 25th of February, and that starts at 8. It runs 8 to 12, and that's up the street at the Planning and Codes Office, Stormwater Building, 5175 Murfreesboro Road. If you have any questions, please call me, and I'll be glad to help with any of that.
Sir.
So this request is for Mission Hills preliminary plat approval. This is sections 1 through 6, and this these phases have 275 lots on roughly 120 acres. So you can see there on the screen, it's the property outlined in blue, and it's a very large wooded tract. And there you see just a little bit closer view. This is I-24 to the north and east. And Woodland Hills is all of these homes here to the north that you see. So that's the neighbor to the north. And then down here to the south is Blair Road, and runs east and west here south of the property. And the zoning map, this property is all zoned R3, which is high-density residential. And also the neighboring property to the south is also zoned the same. And there is industrial to the east, and then R1 zoning to the west. And these are photos taken from Waldron Road. This project's been here a few times throughout the last year, but this is the main entrance off Waldron. There's a gate there. You'll see it in the photos. And primarily, that's the only way that's really visible in and out of this property is from there at Waldron Road. But again, it's heavily wooded, and on the screen now is the plan that shows all of phases 1 through 6. And this one, the developer will build a new entrance road from Waldron Road that will take you into the development, and then these are the lots to the south of that new road, the single-family lots. And then this large tract to the south of that is will be a multifamily tract that will come through the Planning Commission with a site plan separately from the single-family products. And then this is just deeper into the development. There's some common area that's shown, and there's a closer view of that area. And there's not been any staff comments now for a couple months. They probably could have gone through in December or possibly gotten approval, but I think with the Christmas holiday, they just chose to defer instead of coming to that meeting on the 27th. So there weren't any comments then either, but that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And items number 3, 4, 5, and 6 have deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village. Property located off Sand Hill Road, requested by Womble and Associates. R2 Medium Density Zoning District and R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the subdivision acceptance for Minerva Village, and this property is located on Sand Hill Road on the south side. You can see here the location. Just off to the east is Sand Hill Village and the Dollar General there at the three-way stop near Dollar General. So anyway, this is off Sand Hill on the south side, and there's a closer view of the property. There is 2 zoning classifications here. The R2 is the lots here that you see arranged up and down the main road is R2, and then there'll be a townhome component, which is R3, and that's on the west side of this development. And here's one of the plans that's been taken out of the plan set from Womble and Associates that shows the lot arrangement. And then this is the final plat for the entire development, phase 1 and 2. This is the final plat for both of those. And I'll turn it over now to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please.
I can take this one. I've been working with a developer on it. They have turned everything in, the as-built, the irrevocable dedication forms in draft. There is a cash bond on this one, so everything has been taken care of, and it's in order and ready to be accepted.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So on this one, we'll be accepting a motion for favorable or unfavorable recommendation to Mayor and Alderman.
So moved.
We have a motion for
Second.
favorable and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, item number 8, bonds and letters of credit update, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. We did receive the one that we was waiting on January 19th, so it's been extended for one year. Everything else is up to date, all the way up to June, so once it gets closer to June, we'll get in contact with them to get that one extended.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments on the bonds? Item number 9, motion to set a public hearing for March 28th, 2023 for a resolution to amend section 4-108.5 of the LaVergne subdivision regulations regarding fee in lieu option for sidewalk construction.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And final item, questions or comments? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. This is January 23rd, 2023. It's the Park and Rec Advisory Committee meeting. First order of business is the board would have to nominate and appoint a vice chair. That vice chair would serve this whole calendar year. In the absence of the chairman, they would actually conduct the meeting. So I'll turn it over to you guys to make a nomination.
Well, that's gotta be y'all.
I nominate Rick Autry.
I'm gonna second that.
I really don't know here. This is my first day back.
Yeah. I mean, if you accept it, if you'd prefer not to accept it because you're not comfortable with, then we'll go to a second motion. But if you do accept it,
I really prefer to not to now, at this point. All right.
I can do it.
Yeah, let's go over that.
all right, looks like y'all are up to a second hitter. Somebody needs to make another nomination.
I can do it, if you guys want me to.
Y'all gotta make nominations. I'm just sitting here.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I would know.
Jody.
I nominate Jody Espinoza.
I'll
second that. I'll accept.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sounds good. So you will be our vice chair, so you will conduct the meeting in the absence of the chairman. So if you want to start on the outline at the top, and we'll just go through each item.
Okay, sounds good. All right, first item on the agenda is, well, we did the vice chair, so father-daughter dance.
You gotta call them, approve the minutes.
Yep. Yes, go back up to the very top, determine the quorum.
Okay, I approve them,
Nope.
do we approve the minutes from last meeting?
You weren't here, right?
Right, I was not here.
Okay. So we need to make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Yes.
I remember that, so I make a motion to approve them.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go.
Okay,
Now we can move on to the father-daughter day.
right, next line of business is the father-daughter dance.
And we will turn that over to Kathy. She has been spearheading that. That's one of her events.
Okay, the father-daughter dance is scheduled for February 4th. It will be at the multipurpose building this year. It will be from 2 to 4. The theme is Under the Sea. We've hired a couple mermaids to come. They bring in their shell. We're going to do some photo ops with them. The two mermaids, and we've got another face painter, are going to offer face painting for free to the kids at the event. And then we've got a DJ. We did print 10,000 flyers that we've handed out to all of these schools that feed into LaVergne. So hopefully we'll have a good turnout this year.
And I shared it as well.
Thank you.
And what was that date again?
It is February 4th, and it is from 2 to 4 p.m.
Any questions?
And you I missed it, the price of that?
It is free. We're not charging this year, so. and
We're
it'll-
trying to build that event back up. At one time, that was one of our bigger events. It outgrew the multipurpose building, so we started using the gym at Waldron. COVID hit, our numbers started going down. Last year, we think we had 8 kids there. So we're gonna try moving it back to the multipurpose just to see if we can continue to grow it. Gym was really too big for us, and we thought what better time to waive a fee than now to get a little more interest in it.
And it is also open to everyone to attend as well.
Meaning not just fathers and not just daughters, it could be grandkids with grandma?
Correct, correct.
Mother, son, it doesn't matter.
Right.
We're not turning anyone away.
Cool. Any other questions? All right. The next line of business is the Easter drive-through.
All right. We are going to have the Easter drive-through this year, just same as the past 2 years. It is scheduled for April 1st. It'll start at 10 a.m. at Veterans Park, and we have a rain-out date scheduled for April 8th, and that will start at 10, like I said, until supplies last. Usually runs about an hour and a half.
And this is one of those things also that we started due to COVID. Nobody else around, we had the traditional egg hunt, we put the eggs on the ball fields and the kids would come out and get them. COVID hit, so we were at the point where we weren't gonna provide anything at all. And we were one of the only communities around here that got something together. That's where the drive-through came about. So our staff and the library staff made up bags to give to the kids by age group as they would come through. And I know a lot of you guys participated in that. First year was a huge hit, second year was a huge hit, still kind of COVID related. So I think we're into the third year now. We liked it because each kid was getting something, whereas opposed to the traditional throw the eggs out and scramble, a lot of kids weren't getting anything. So that may be one of the things, this board wants to go back in the future to spreading them out on the ball field. We kind of like the drive-through just because we think it's fair for all kids.
I like the drive-through. We're not human barricades. And we've tried it several different ways, either on different fields or on the same, but spacing it out. And again, you have kids of different ages coming over after they've already hunted, or they're too big for this. And so it kind of stops all that. And again, you'd get to the end and there'd be that handful of kids that never got anything because the parents were picking up the eggs.
Yep.
And so I actually really like this drive-through.
We do too, and the prize eggs are still in there. So it's more, the kid has more of an opportunity to get that because we don't know where the prize egg is other than it's in one of the age group's bags. I think we're still giving a good quality product to the community, even though it's a drive-through. Like I said, at some point in the future, we may revisit going back the other way, but at this point, it seems to be working for everybody. I would say we're zero complaints, really. We may have a few grumblings through the grapevine, but nothing so massive that we feel like we need to alter what we're doing right now.
Well, most churches and most families and things, they have their own Easter egg hunt. So this is kind of a plus too. And if it's really cold, like my grandson will be 2 in February, and you don't want to get them out in that, but this way even if something happens and they don't get an Easter egg hunt, they're still getting an Easter egg hunt. Because you could have the golden egg.
Yeah, and we still have the Easter Bunny on scene, so there still are photo ops. And I think a couple years ago we
Went to Saturdays. We have reached out to the vegetable vendor, and he is available to participate on Tuesdays. Because that's where we struggle, is getting the vegetable vendor. There's so many competing markets on Saturdays that we struggle to keep a vegetable vendor through the season. So, and our numbers also dwindle through the season as well. And there were some requests on Facebook about going back to Tuesdays. And with the competition around, Tuesdays, I think, is a better fit.
Yeah, because you have Smyrna, you have Murfreesboro, you have Nolensville,
Antioch
we're
opened
surrounded.
last year.
Yeah.
So, but that's what we're working on now.
Possibly some of those Saturday vendors at the other places will be able to make it on Tuesday here.
And
Maybe we can grow this thing.
When we did it Tuesday a few years ago, I think we got up to maybe 15 vendors on a Tuesday. And towards the end of the season on Saturdays, we are less than that. So.
Are you going to have it down here again?
Correct. It'll be at the same spot as usual.
Do we need to vote on that right now?
No.
For Tuesday?
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, and that's just more, of course, we wanted y'all's feedback. That's kind of more of an informational thing. I think it would work better for us. I think we would get more play. We did move it to a Saturday because we were scrambling there. It had bounced around locations so many times. It was here to start with, and it was at the senior center, and that wasn't very successful, so we moved it back. What we found out with the Saturdays was the first couple of Saturdays, it's gangbusters. Everybody's trying to get out of the house and get there. But the third Saturday through the rest of the season, we're scrambling to get vendors there. So if we lost our vegetable vendor on Saturday, then we really don't have a farmer's market.
Right.
And we did struggle with vegetable vendors last year. So we have one that's committed to Tuesdays this year.
Great. Any other questions? And next item, the softball league.
I'm gonna turn that over to Andrew, and Rick may have some, information also, but Andrew, that is his.
Yep, the LaVergne Baseball Softball Association, they're holding registrations right now. I don't know if y'all have seen the signs up and down Murfreesboro Road, but they're holding those till March 3rd right now is the tentative date that I've received. And they're holding a draft on March 5th for the kids. So they're planning on practicing the whole month of March, and then the opening day is set right now for April 15th. I know I've talked to Miss Julia Vestal about that. They're planning on doing kind of a big blowout, some inflatables, DJ, some vendors. So that's her plan as of right now. They are seeking sponsorships. So if you all know anybody that is willing to donate and participate in our league, of course, they're looking for volunteers also right now. But they do have, I'll give you some pricing on the age divisions. The coach pitch, it's $105, and the upper divisions is $125. She did say that includes all your uniforms. So, well, like I said, they are also planning a softball coach pitch. If there's been interest in that also, she had told me. So they are looking at adding that to also from what they had previously put on the website. I know she's including that also today.
Have they already started signups?
Signups have started, yes. The website, universalsportsleague.org. She does plan on doing on-site signups in February also. I believe some Sunday afternoon. She didn't have dates for those yet, but when we get those will be posted on the billboards there on Murfreesboro Road.
What kind of turnout are you expecting?
As far as,
You have no idea?
that's hard to gauge, honestly.
We're at the point of trying to build it back.
We're trying to
so
build it back.
I just
It's
hope it works.
probably going to be small this year. Hopefully we have a great turnout, but we're kind of wanting to lay the foundation this year to get things up and going and to grow it. Because they're starting from scratch, basically. Because, I mean, they're fundraising for equipment, supplies, getting the concession stands up and running, so.
So is Universal Sports League, are they doing marketing to try to push this out for people to know?
They do have some, like I said, they're looking for sponsors also. It takes money to
Right.
market.
Right.
And Mr. Rick Alter there, he's their head of sponsorship, so if he has any insight on that.
Yeah, we are actively looking for sponsors for the new sports league, for the new baseball, softball league. And for those of you that are interested in sponsoring, individuals can sponsor. We're obviously looking for corporations and small businesses, whoever might be interested. You will receive certain things for your sponsorships according to the sponsorship levels. There's 3 different levels of sponsorship. Well, actually, I guess you could say 4, because we wouldn't turn down more than the top tier there of level 3. We would, if you wanted to donate more, we would take it. Right. So yeah, 3 levels. They start at $150 for level 1 and go on up. And you can get on the website and look at what we've got there and get more information.
And if y'all have Facebook, go to their Facebook page, LaVergne Baseball Softball Association, share it, so get the word out to the community.
Yeah, I've been sharing it everywhere, and then also when the trophy days are, when picture days are, the uniforms, I've already seen some samples of those, and I believe it's the same company that makes the basketball uniforms, and they're really nice. They're really nice. They are on top of it, but again, we need volunteers for coaching, for the board, for helping out in general, and we've got to get the sponsors in there because starting all over, we need gear and equipment. So anything anybody's got would be greatly helpful.
Yeah, one more thing I'd like to add is those of you that are considering your sponsorship, this is a nonprofit league. All of the money that we take in will go towards equipment and field rentals and other fees that are associated with the actual children getting to play ball. This doesn't line anybody's pocket anywhere. It's a nonprofit league, and I'd like to get that out there up front so everybody understands that.
What was the Facebook page that you said, LaVergne Baseball Association?
LaVergne Baseball Softball Association, and their website for registration is universalsportsleague.org.
I'm going to say that I really hope it turns out better than some of our past have,
Yeah,
because
and I don't think, you know,
we've had some,
it's not gonna be a quick
issues.
fix by any means.
No,
because it's been
nothing's a
so
quick
many
fix.
years. But you were asking what kind of turnout we thought we would have this year. We know this first year, we're gonna struggle to get our kids back. But we had a successful, fall camp. We had a bunch of kids turn out. We had a bunch of young kids turn out, bunch of T-ballers, and that's where we have to start so we can keep those little kids and move them forward. I think realistically, it's gonna take at least 3 years before we see a turnaround. But as long as your numbers keep going and your organization is, has those organizational skills to move forward, and you're getting your games down, you're getting your meetings, your pictures, your after-team picnics. As long as all of that is scheduled and organized, I think you're gonna see it grow. Because positivity spreads positivity. So
yes.
we've always heard, even when the league was thriving, well, we're going to a different city because we don't like it here. Well, the next year, they're leaving that city and coming back. So that's what we want to do. Kids that are getting turned away from somewhere else, we want to bring them back to LaVergne.
I will say in the in the basketball league, the communication is on point, and you never have any issues being able to contact her with anything at all. She's there. I feel like she will be at the ball field as well if you had any issues, but also she's putting together a board. So those people will be the ones that are there looking out for everything. And we've, the last few leagues, we've just not had that. We just haven't had it 100% all in. And I mean, I feel like they did the best they could with what they had, but it wasn't what we needed. And this is on the level that we've been looking for. And I'm really excited to see us get back on track with this. I feel like, every few years we were starting over. And that's a hard pass for me when you're paying money for a child to play and then, oh, well, they're not here that next year. Or, things just don't run like clockwork, like they should. When you sign a kid up, they just play. If there's, a rain day, well, this is when you're going to play, and pictures and trophies and ceremonies. Those things, like David said, as long as you have it organized, that's all parents want. That's all they want. As a grandparent, that's all I want. I want them to go out there and I want them to have fun. But on the adult level, I just need things to go as smoothly as possible. And I think that a lot of parents were feeling the pain of that as well. Hopefully that is the end of that and we get back on track.
Well, I hope that we have a lot of parents that
will give us a chance.
Give it a chance, but we'll work with it too.
Yeah.
Because you've got to have your parents.
You do.
You've got to have the parents there.
Yeah.
And I know as my kids got into school ball older, parents never showed up. It was like, no, I'm not coming. They dropped their kids off or leave them after school and didn't come. So I just hope that parents will come out and support their children and help too.
Yeah, I don't think we have an option. We have to make this work. We can't afford for this not to work because we've tried so many other things.
And we have a beautiful park. Everyone that comes here talks about how great it is.
We have the best park by far.
Yeah, so hopefully we have the perfect fit for a league.
I have total confidence this is going to work now. I think all the pieces are in place to make this a really, really a good ball season this year, and going forward from the word of mouth, starting this year.
Universal Sports League is who we voted on, correct, a few months ago? Yeah.
They're basically just the parent organization that operates baseball and softball and basketball.
Okay.
So,
All right, any other questions? It looks like the next meeting will be February 20th at 6 PM here at City Hall. And I move to adjourn.
Well, we got to go through the board member comments.
Sorry. Board member comments.
I have no comments.
I don't think I have anything today.
Well, thank you for all of your hard work. I'm looking forward to these upcoming events. I'm a little sad that Miss Ellie will probably miss the father-daughter dance. I do believe we have a basketball game in that time frame, and but we'll be here for all the rest of it. Thank you.
I want to second that. I want to thank the Parks and Rec. Y'all have done a great job. Kathy's done a good job with programs. Andrew, I hope you have a smooth sailing with the baseball, because I know what's gone on in the past
And
personally.
Kathy is working on OTF, so hopefully next month we'll have
Okay.
a little updates on OTF.
Yeah, I did see an email about OTF, but, and I know that's a lot of work that's put into that, so I know that y'all don't get told enough how much y'all are appreciated, but we do appreciate all that the Parks Department does. You've got a great department, David, and I know you've put them together, and it's a great department and do a lot for the city and for the citizens.
Thank you. All right, adjourn.
the city better.
Yeah, definitely, and we can, unless you guys have already made contacts with the high school, we can reach out to them.
What were the suggestions as far as the content of the mural?
Well, there really hasn't been any suggestions or ideas brought forward when it first started, like here on the side of City Hall. They wanted to kind of highlight the diversity in LaVergne.
Yeah.
So with that being said, we're kind of open, to up to anything. And like Ms. Ann said, any ideas would come back before this board.
Yeah.
And then once approved, or you guys make a recommendation, then we'd take it before the board, mayor, and alderman.
And is that something that we can change, like a theme for each thing moving forward, so to speak?
I would think so.
Like the underpass would be something different, the water tower potentially
Right.
something different
Yeah.
too? Okay.
So it wouldn't have to be the exact same thing. And there may be a possibility, that we can do both of them at the same time, the underpass and the side of City Hall here.
And I like that idea. I think that we could do both. I mean, because the kids probably, a lot of times when you hire a muralist, they come in and they have, and justifiably have their fees of, hey, I'm putting this labor into it, let me do it. Well, as with teenagers, they're just excited to leave a mark, and they're going to be doing a lot of volunteer hours. But at the same token, I do like the idea of diversity, something about diversity on the side of City Hall. I think that's what should be on City Hall, not
Yeah.
something with the high school students. High school students, they should have free reign to be creative, and I don't think that necessarily that would be something City Hall appropriate, because I would rather it not just be the youth, but the whole community being represented on City Hall.
Right, so if we do like the underpass as a recurring senior project type of thing.
Yeah.
And we do something more professional for side of City Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the artist that I reached out to about all this, she's within what our budget would be, but she also teaches painting classes. So I reached out to her about working with the high school kids just so that they could learn the process from her, and she was totally down with that because she's a teacher, so she likes to educate with that. There are some things with like they can't really be up on ladders and stuff, but if we're doing like a base paint with rollers, they can be out there getting it done and being part of the process and seeing what a professional artist does. But she was very well within the budget we talked about, with probably some left over for the underpass. So in her scope and in our budget, we could probably do both projects around the same time.
Okay, I like that idea.
She was really open to it too, so she's cool. She's based out of Clarksville, but she's like kind of newer to the industry, so she's just excited.
Would it be possible to marry the two ideas? If we have like the high school, but they have like whoever's in charge of like the arts clubs and stuff, like if they have somebody supervising them, but also she's still kind of doing her thing with like teaching them and stuff, like is that something possible?
Yeah, totally. I think that'd probably be better for her too, because they have a familiar adult face to interface with.
And probably a lot of kids and one adult. Right.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be, if we're doing something like this, it's gonna be a few teenagers, and one adult for that one group is gonna be a handful.
Yeah, it also depends on the interest
have
too.
any
It's like we could be talking about this, and then like two kids are like, I can do it.
Yeah, that's another thing. We gotta see if even teenagers wanna do something like this. We need to make sure that they're even ready to take on this kinda.
Yeah, just like an interest.
I would
pool.
love to give this as an opportunity for them, but if it's something they don't wanna do, then they don't wanna do
Do
it.
you have contact, or are you involved with the high school art program?
I'm not, no.
You two?
This would be
Not
something where we're probably
particularly,
gonna
but
do some groundwork.
I don't mind reaching out if need be. Do you know, is your artist a he or she? I didn't catch it.
Well, Alexis, she's
Okay,
her page, if you guys want to look it up, it's Beneath Twisted Ferns. So she's got a Facebook page. She's got all of her work posted on there, and she's got a highlight reel that I was trying to pull up, but she's got really good style. And I sent her the poster as an example, and she's like, "Yeah, that level of detail. This is where I do it." But she has the experience to
roughly what her schedule looks like, to where if it's something where we can start to get the ball rolling. We have a meeting in April. I know that there was a timeline with the grant before June, correct?
June 15th.
Okay, so it would have to definitely be completely done before that. So if we could get the ball rolling, we'll talk a better timeline here shortly.
Yeah, that's kind of the
To
thing.
where if we can start with City Hall, and then if we have the possibility of the high school students with the arts club and whatever, and her, they kind of start with the City Hall, and then the high school arts club can branch off to the underpass, and then all of that be done before the deadline of June 15th.
Yeah, or is that biting off too much? Like, should we
I don't
try to
know,
focus on
that's what I was curious, is if that's possible, because I know the grant had the deadline.
Right.
I would rather her focus on City Hall first. I think what you're saying I'm in line with is City Hall needs to come first.
Yeah. Do we know if there's any like summer arts programs for the high school kids that like maybe the underpass could be a summer project?
Well, then I don't think that falls under the grant then.
Oh.
Is that right? Like, am I understanding
Well,
that
I don't think it
correct?
has to be, I think it's just for, so the high school kids do not have to be involved. I think
Okay.
the money is up to the city to spend, however they see fit, as long as it's going towards some type of beautification.
So it just has to be spent by then?
Yes.
The project can be completed slower than that?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay.
I can find out
You have
though.
to have it
I mean, we could buy.
Usually,
paint dry June 15th. Paint dry June 15th.
yeah, usually it has to be completed by then.
Okay, that's what I was trying to think of, like, if there was a way, if we got the ball rolling now and it was like a step-by-step process, but we still would have almost 6 months from now until the grant's finished up, to where if we have, we'll say 3 months, because we would still have to get it approved by the board for her to start her portion, and then another 2 months or so for the high school to be able to start their portion, so to speak, and then that would give them their time, but it's still, we still run into it has to be done basically by June 15th.
To expedite.
And honestly, the seniors graduate May, so they're gonna wanna be done by May too, so.
Should we not have a meeting sooner than April to
I don't know.
give us more time?
I don't know if we have another Monday available, between now and April. I know next month is a Greenway.
Historical's March.
Yeah, so April is our next available. Because there are other committees that hold meetings in here throughout the week.
Yeah. Check with Jason, he'd probably have a better idea.
I think moving forward, if we're gonna get anything before this board and then get it before BOMA, we need to come up, what is actually diversity in LaVergne? You know,
Yeah.
we need to figure out
Yeah.
how we're gonna approach that. What do we wanna approach that? You know, you've seen all the murals of the angel wings and stuff that was brought up this morning. Do we wanna go that route? Is that really diversity in LaVergne, or is that just more of a photo op? I don't know. It's all new to us.
What
We're in the
about,
same boat you guys are, because we're like, yeah, we really don't know how to approach this.
well, what about incorporating things that are available to all the residents in the county? The seniors, the children's sporting, that they can get involved in, and scouts, and whatever.
Yeah, and see, that's where like this board and your ideas would have to come together.
Right.
And then, we don't wanna take it over, because we want you guys to have the input, you know?
Absolutely.
We wanna take y'all's vision and push it forward. We don't wanna waste y'all's time and say, we're not interested in what you guys, we're gonna go this route.
Right.
You know, we don't wanna do that.
So then should we do the two separate possibilities, focus on the City Hall first, and then the underpass just completely separate?
I think we should do it separate.
Yeah, I
think
would
at that
almost
point, we don't
do
need to
that.
involve high school.
And then, when it comes to the underpass, we leave that up to the kids, you know, as long as, they present something to this board that's gonna be their vision of what they wanna relay, unlike what's on City Hall. City Hall is gonna be the whole community. That's gonna be the senior class or that art class for that year.
So then how do we advertise it, for lack of better words, to them, that that is something that they will then have the opportunity to do, so that they do have something to come present to us?
I like the idea of what you just said, the art classes, talk to the art teachers, because they know who are the artistic ones. They'll be the ones to be able to get the word out and say in their classrooms, look, you're graduating, the city is giving you an opportunity to do a great piece, and it has to be a group project. And I think we should make that deadline of, they have to, one, come up with and they can do it on their end, come up with 3 choices of their designs, and then vote on it on their end, what they like the most that is appropriate, and then bring it before us on April 17th. And then we either approve it or not. But I think as long as there's a teacher that they work with, and it's the art teacher, I think that she will have enough, she'll be able to say that this is good to be put on the city.
Okay, so who wants to reach out to the art program? You?
I don't mind, or you can do it, Tab,
I
whatever.
don't have a preference.
I'll do it, it's okay.
Let's go with you, yeah. Okay, so, and you'll reach out to Laverne High School Arts Program and see what interest is like, and if this is even feasible for this timeline, because if it's not gonna work out for the next 6 weeks, then we can approach them again about something later on, but.
And we can just worry about it.
So you want to
First
do
thing
it
that's
like
more
a,
important right now is City Hall. We need to do it for the community.
Right, yeah.
but I do like how you said to kind of have that ready for then the next, so then we're not kind of stuck in this position where we're almost gonna waste the next meeting too.
I almost
So if we
think
can.
the Greenway thing might be, I don't know how big it is here in Laverne, but like a homecoming type of event, like fall. So like the incoming senior class has something that they can do beginning of the semester. They have something they can look at all year.
And that's the thing we can think about. If we're too tight on the timeline, because I didn't really think much about the meeting timeline. If it's to where it's too late to do it for 2023, we might have to just hang our heads sadly and say it's too late for 2023. Maybe we should do this in the fall and do that as a homecoming, and they will have, or we can even present it at the beginning of the year, and they have a whole year to really think about what they want to do as a
Class.
as
yeah.
a
So
class.
I think you're gonna get some of that feedback from when you interface with the art kids, but
Yeah.
I think for now, we need to kind of focus on what the content for City Hall really wants to be.
So,
I didn't find much. The best I could find is a tie-in to like an Adler tree. So a large tree of some kind with diverse branches.
okay.
Yeah, that's all I got now. What else, what did you guys come up with, or what were you thinking about?
I didn't come up with any kind of ideas for the design. I am no artist at like,
Draw my tree real quick.
I like the
but
tree idea.
that's what I was actually gonna suggest. So when I was coming up with ideas for artists.
Where's the tree?
I had made the post and got everybody's input, and it was like, this person lives in Laverne, this person used to live in Laverne, when I was getting a lot of feedback and whatnot. So I can reach out to the community the best I can, because I still think I'm fairly new here, and get other people's opinions around Laverne on what they think is diversity in Laverne, and kind of get some ideas that we can give to the artist, and then, I mean, she's the artist that then, you know, kind of puts
She was like wanting to
ideas
draw something today. I'm like, hang on.
Yeah.
We don't know.
They put it all the magic in place.
So what says diversity to you? Like first thoughts?
The thing is,
So many different things.
Yeah.
Nope, that just sounded
So
pretty
for
plain.
me, I think it's just that our community, the truth is that we are one big group of people that has a lot of different nationalities, a lot of different, I mean, honestly, colors. I mean, we have so
Your
much.
cliche melting pot. Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing. I mean, we fight a lot. I mean, I won't lie, and might as well just call a spade a spade. We fight a lot, but that's because we have so many beautiful opinions and we're passionate. And so that's something that should be, and instead of us just focus on it as a negative, we should focus on it as and celebrate it, I think, because we do have people who are passionate about this city.
Okay, so like what's an example of somebody's, like a tangible art drawing of somebody's culture? Like, you know, we have food, we have art, we have like design ideas, we've got language, you know, there's some diversity there, but how do we show that in a mural? You know, do we take a poll of what everybody's nationalities are and try to speak to something?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, like, I would just reach out and see what other people's thoughts were, because I feel like you'll have so many different perspectives of what, yeah.
What if it was like welcome in everybody's language or something?
I like that, like in different places throughout the mural.
Yeah. I don't know the demographics enough of LaVergne to say for sure, like, oh, we have
I don't
like
either.
huge Somali, you know, population.
Good idea.
I like that, though.
Yeah.
And
I like that a lot.
do we want that selfie concept of it too, where somebody's walking into City Hall for some reason and they can stop and take a selfie?
Well, the only reason I like, I like the Angel Wings idea only because we are part of Greater Nashville.
Right.
And that is so Nashville. I know it's like woo girl Nashville, but we are, we do, we're the Greater Nashville area. But I think more than that, like you said, you kind of have that selfie aspect, and I think it'll bring kind of the pride aspect of we live here, we're from here, we chose this to be home. If it's not the Angel Wings, is there another idea?
Tree branches?
I love the tree idea. If there was a way that it could be like you're leaned up against the tree, like you can lean on
Yeah.
us, like it's
And then
a.
it's got this.
Ooh,
here,
I
look
got
at
an
my-
idea.
and
I got an idea. I got an
Sketch.
idea. What if we
That's the tree.
put, and I mean, y'all can say this is a really bad idea if it's a really bad idea.
Stamp
But
it.
what if we do like, so, if we do like a tree and that be the main thing?
Yeah.
But then, and then decorate like the bark of it, what if we have the wings?
How about
Like their feathers?
Like,
base of the
like as if
tree
it was
be like
like carved
LaVergne.
into the bark,
Yes.
like
Well,
Well,
instead
we
of having.
are talking about a
have all
brick
these
wall.
branches that would depict all these different nationalities, foods and everything?
I like this. I was actually about to say the same thing, but with the roots. So he's saying like, you know, the trunk would be like LaVergne, but each of the branches be like a different nationality, or
Yes.
like you said, it can say welcome in different languages, or
Right.
however we try to,
Depict their foods and everything and their customs if possible.
whichever way we decide to like convey
That would show
diversity.
the diversity.
Okay, so Nashville has wings, we have branches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or strong roots. So I was
And
gonna
roots,
say like
yeah.
this
Either way.
similar thing, if, you know, because strong roots
Well,
is.
the roots could be community
it's
and
a
the
sign
things
of
that bring us
strength.
together.
Right.
That can
And
be
then we
like
could
your love,
go-
your compassion,
Yeah.
your neighborly.
I think whatever direction you go, maybe a banner with LaVergne actually painted out on the top, and then whatever you have beneath there.
Well, the bark of the
Somebody
tree.
does take a photo op.
Okay,
You
yeah.
could, you could say the trunk, you could write LaVergne down the trunk.
And then you know, you've got to get these ideas on paper, so we're gonna have to figure out who's gonna do that, so we can present them, you know, not only to you guys, but to the board also.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like Alexis, if I gave her what we were talking about, that she would throw together a sketch for us, and we could go through kind of just some different options with her.
Well,
Yeah, and
the
if she-
artist at the school would be very beneficial for that.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it. One thing I want to also, and I don't know if it would be something she would be able to do, but is there any way to also have one of the branches maybe focus on the senior center?
Oh,
in
yeah.
some
I
way?
mean, we can put as many branches as we want on it. So maybe we
Yeah.
start brainstorming about that
I just
kind
know
of thing.
that, again, that's
About
something that we're
nationalities.
all very passionate about, is the senior center and just how we like to work with our seniors.
Do you, well, I was gonna say, do we want to reach out to the senior center and see if they have any particular things that they would like to be represented by?
Ooh, yes, we can definitely do
Like,
that.
here's a pan of brownies, I don't know, softballs,
Yeah, banana pudding. Yeah.
something. Yeah, I mean, I think with the timeline we're working on, we want to keep it not as simple as possible, but we want to keep it moving forward. And if we do something where we can expand on it later, add more things to it, kind of get it done, get it up, get the, you know, the outlines drawn, and we can finesse it from there.
I like the direction we're headed. I think that, I like the tree idea, the branches, because we are a beautiful, diverse, I mean, I'm glad that diversity is our main idea for the city hall, because
What do we think about actual, like, words?
That's where I was about to say the same thing. So are we gonna put words on each of the roots and each of the branches?
How about a flag? You mean, flag
I
symbol
can be like,
on each
waving.
branch.
Okay.
okay.
So if we've got flags, food, language. Banana pudding.
I would
I
like
feel
to
like
have
the
maybe
food would be a little bit odd, because we're
Food
gonna
is
be
gonna be
like
weird,
picking
yeah.
like tacos off of tree branches, and I mean, I'm like for it, but I just don't know,
Yeah.
like, so many different foods, like,
Right.
I don't know.
So do we want to stick more with like a nice script? I mean, I don't love word art personally, but I think for the mural it might work.
I like the idea of like the branches, each, I loved your welcome in the different languages. I really liked that, but like you said, we need to find out the demographics. I love the flag idea. I think that kind of gives like a visualization to each of the languages. And I really love the roots being like strong words that we would all use to describe the community,
That could
because
be
your
like-
roots are your strong foundation.
Your government,
Okay.
industry, different things like that, or what?
Community, or I don't know. I don't know off the top of my
Do
head.
you
I'm
want to
just
do the
shooting
same thing you
ideas
did
out
with
there.
the, when you reached out and see what, like, words people in the
Yes.
community think of?
Yep.
You've got high school, you've got community,
yes.
and do you want to do senior center too?
I can
Does anybody have a
definitely
comment
ask.
and connect at the senior center?
Yeah. I can ask around.
I can get a hold of the senior center if you'd like. I have them all in a group chat.
You guys want to flip for it, or you, Tab, do you want to do it?
She's probably closer connected.
Okay. So Tabitha, you're doing the senior center and the community poll for root words, we'll say?
Yeah, root words.
Root words. And then kind of stick to,
Senior center, how they would like to be represented.
right. And we can bring it like 3D too, if we really, you know, if we look at it and we have enough for it, we throw a bench out there,
Create the
some hay
foundation.
bales, something.
Yes.
Of the
You know, like,
community.
bring it
Yep.
down off the
Somehow.
wall, so you're under the tree, but you're not. It's the side of the building.
Yes.
I like this direction.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So the tree's obviously gonna be our main focal point, but what else?
Yeah.
Are we just gonna have just a really big tree and then like a plain background, or are we gonna try?
I was thinking about like almost like a greenery, like blue sky, just like on a hill somewhere. Maybe like I don't know, should we have buildings in the background, or what do you think?
How big of a mural are we talking about?
I think we said a 10 by 30, right?
About 30.
Yeah, it was either 30 or 40, I can't remember.
We could either
But there's
have,
2 doors in the middle of it. So we kind of, like, the concept, why, a big part of why I came up with the tree was so the tree can go up and around the doors. Because it is kind of a weird thing. And again, like I was saying to her, like, this is a brick wall, so we can't do like, you know, it's got to be visible from 40 feet away. Type of
what about
simple type
having
of
like
thing.
clouds with the different activities that are available in the, like the park, activities for kids, football, baseball, that kind of thing.
Like a fit, like a,
big
like
red
a
on the cloud.
literal basketball in the
Our old
sky.
timers
or-
thing,
So is that what you're thinking, like the actual, like instead of clouds, or like clouds as a basketball?
have the clouds, but then put these activities on the cloud.
Okay.
What do you think?
Activity clouds.
You know, like the old timers day,
Yeah, and it may be old hat to whoever you pass this on to. you know, they may be able to relay it a whole lot better than us just sitting here kicking it around.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think if we get the community input, especially on the
Yeah.
root words, we can grow from there.
Yeah, I'd definitely take advantage of the whole space though, and fill it up.
Yeah.
If we can try to find things that represent LaVergne and diversity best, I think that would be most ideal to help with filling the space.
Yeah. That would be the welcome and the flag and that kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that one thing that we could do, so like when you were saying the background idea, so when I was thinking with background is just a tree as if we were like at a park or something, just standing out. And then you're saying clouds with activities. I really like that idea. But in like some dead space, if there is any, what are your thoughts on our mission statement really standing out? So that way that can be like, not just, or like one area can say, welcome to LaVergne, but then also have our mission statement, which I need to learn it, but.
I was gonna say, what is it? How many words and how long it is can affect that.
What about instead of welcoming all the different, well, that'd be good too, but just have welcome at the very top, like a rainbow shape, and just say welcome.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that would be towards, like, if we're doing the selfie idea, that would be kind of towards the top of the bottom of the tree. So that if they're underneath it, then they have the main welcome with like LaVergne established, whatever.
And have the other ones as well.
Right, and then everything would be around that. Because we do, like, when we're doing the selfie idea, we have this much of it that we want people to take a picture of, but then we also want it to be eye-catching. So when we focus in on what they're going to hashtag, we need that space to be clear. So
You know, when
We should have a lot of them say hashtags.
That's what I was gonna say, we need a hashtag idea then too, if you do a selfie idea.
when you're talking about like a mission statement or something, I believe the city's mission statement pretty much is a place to call home. That's their slogan. So I don't know if you want to include that.
that will
Okay, I
work.
like that, short and sweet and to the point.
A place to call home?
Place to call home.
Yeah, that works. I feel like it fits in my tree.
Would that be at the bottom of, the very bottom?
I mean, that's
I would think it'd be
completely
a
up to
rainbow.
y'all.
Top, bottom, hashtag it,
Yeah.
you know.
You can just say LaVergne, a place to call home, something like
I
that.
like that, yeah, like, you
Or
know,
welcome
LaVergne, a
home.
place to call home. I like that.
Do you know off the top of your head what year it was established?
51 years ago.
72.
All right. Cool, yeah. I like it. 'Cause
I
the
really like
split's right in the middle there.
And the thing is that we also have to like also understand that she's gonna have some artistic freedom and she's gonna say, okay, this is what you want. She's gonna make it just
Right, we're giving her ideas, she'll blossom it, for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
excited to see it.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
glad that you know somebody.
Yeah, it's what I sell coffee. So one of those things through the vendor network is that you just run into people and like she was a friend of a friend of a friend. And then we started talking on Facebook and I was like, oh, I know a mural artist. So
Awesome.
here we go. All right, well, does anybody have any other diversity ideas? Anything come to anybody in the last couple of minutes?
Can't think of anything.
I'm stuck on a literal melting pot, so.
I think if you were gonna do anything else with diversity and you wanted it opened up to the kids at the high school and get their opinions or what they thought and let them put it down. I don't know
Sure.
if you wanna get, you know, I don't know how complex we wanna get, you know. If you're already passing ideas on to somebody else, do we want competing ideas also? And then several ideas come to you guys and y'all pick the best, or?
Yeah, I mean, if a high schooler, if you get the feedback from the art teacher that there's a kid that's like really into it and can have something ready by the next meeting, for sure. But I'm just thinking like in the timeline to get even that announced and them to create it, like 6 weeks is a little, But yeah,
Okay.
but if they come back with it and they're like, we're really into it and they come up with something brilliant that isn't a tree, then
So kind of like have two options presented to us about the diversity of LaVergne, kind of like give them the opportunity to make up their own idea.
Yeah,
and
if they're
present
even
it to us
into it,
on
yeah.
April 17th. Okay,
yeah,
I can do that.
okay.
I would say we need to steer clear of politics and religion. Don't incorporate anything like that in it.
Agreed.
I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't think, I agree with you 100%. I don't think people would be opposed to, like, if you're talking about the roots or the branches, one of those just being faith, because it's general, you're not Christian faith, Muslim faith. I think if you just went with faith, you'd be okay.
Root word.
I agree.
I think one of the root words should be family, because we're trying to focus a lot on families.
Is there something prominent in history that LaVergne is known for that we could incorporate in it?
Industrial area. The co-op's been here forever.
Go into the roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
When the city was incorporated, Bridgestone or Firestone came in, probably early to mid-70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in the background of the poster from last week, I think the silo or something is in it as like just kind of a basic block drawing. Like we could do that type of level of detail, like behind the tree too. Do you guys are you in contact with the person that designed that still at all? Is that person interested?
Do we? The OTF posters? You're talking about the Old Timers Day posters?
Yeah, it was like real hatch print, and it was just like a guy playing guitar.
Yeah.
The skyline was really cool and interesting, I think, for what we could do.
And, and we can get you guys copies of those of the last several years of Old Timers Day, but is that geared more towards the old, or do we want to gear it towards old and new? Can you take a combination of both of them and put them together?
Yeah.
We don't want, that's the problem we're struggling with now with Old Timers Day is the branding of it, Old Timers Day. Are we running away the new residents to this area because they're not attracted to that?
Right.
So I think there's a way you could do both of them, but we're not opposed to getting you guys those posters, copies of those posters and letting you see.
Yeah, who was the artist though? They might have a little more like experience, if we've gone through them for other LaVergne things.
And got that. 2019's the poster that was the first draft, and I think Big Visual did it,
Oh, okay.
but I'm not 100% sure.
All right.
So, but I can get with Ann and get that information, and then I can email you, because I've got them all saved for the last few years, starting with that one.
Yeah, because they might have something ready to go where we've already been through, like, hey, what's LaVergne known for? And they're like, oh, we've got this adder tree we've been sitting on for 2 years, so that might get us a little further, faster.
Okay, so we're figuring out more root words from the community, getting their input, kind of seeing get the creative juices flowing. I'm reaching out to the senior center to see kind of their ideas of how they would like to be represented. That's kind of the old and the new as well. Ann's gonna reach out to the arts club director to talk with some of the kids. That's again kind of bringing the old and the new together, which I love that I didn't kind of put all that together at first. I'll be honest with you. It's been a day. The 17th, is that when we are supposed to have a final draft and move it on to BOMA potentially?
I think that's what's best.
Is that what the plan is?
It would.
Okay,
yeah,
so
17th
we
would be
need,
nice.
I'm sorry?
The 17th would be nice.
Okay,
And if we need to get together between now and then in a not as formal meeting as this, we can always meet at the Parks Building.
okay. I just needed to know that was a goal. I need to, okay.
Yeah, that goes by quick.
It does.
If push comes to shove, could we not meet down here at the utility building?
What's that?
The
All-purpose building.
the multi-purpose building,
Yeah.
we could, or the library, either one.
Okay.
Outside by the wall.
Yeah, I forgot about the library having 2 meeting rooms. Okay.
So in that vein of communication, is everybody on emails or how are what's the best way for us all to stay in touch if we're going to be trying to bounce ideas back and forth in the next 6 weeks?
I would think emails would be
Yep.
the best way, because you're going to have attachments, pictures, and so forth.
Did everybody get that last email? So you were on it,
I was on it.
Okay, so if we just use
And it
that
doesn't
thread, I
hurt
think
my
we'll be
feelings
okay.
either way, text or email, you
Yeah.
can,
Either, but.
Yep.
Okay, so as long as we're all still on that, we can send each other updates and see kind of where we're going with it. because I would need the root words to feed to her and to see if the kids artists have anything input they want to put to her as well.
Anne, are you also getting root words from the students as well?
I can.
Like, is that kind of a thing too? If we're gonna kind of all.
How do you guys want to do that? And if you don't even want to do it, you guys got some words.
I'll
for
ask
us?
them ideas for hashtags.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, get some hashtag ideas from them because kids are way cooler than us. We're all old now.
It'd be
Yes.
like LVTN.
They're gonna be like, losers. My kids already think I'm lame, so it's fine.
It's fine. You're doing a good job then. All right, cool.
I'm going to send a new email out in the morning to everybody because we're not part of the email thread. So if you do that, we're not going to see it.
Okay.
So I'll send one out with everybody involved, and then if you can just use that one going forward.
Totally.
All right?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a meeting before April.
No, that's what she's saying. We're gonna do the email thread back and forth
Oh, okay.
so that any ideas that pop up in between there, it's a little bit
But
less
we don't have a
formal.
visual.
That's, so in the email, when there is a visual, they'll send a picture.
Oh, okay.
And
That'll
then
work.
April 17th, we'll hopefully have a final draft that we can all thumbs up, thumbs down, and then hopefully we can move forward to.
Okay. Sound like a
After the
plan.
17th, how long does it take to go to the mayor's board and all that? Is it like, yeah, okay, we're all supposed to be 2 months, and
Top
then
of
we're like, oh,
everything else.
And I
Anyway.
think it's important,
That's
should we
okay.
say that we have a discussion before our vote? We shouldn't just vote on it right after they're presented. Should we have a discussion time frame in the meeting?
yeah, totally,
Okay.
yeah. Because I don't think we're gonna present anything that's gonna be like the final
Yeah, I
draft.
think at
It'd be
that
like,
point-
oh, I like this part of hers, and that part's kind of.
I don't
Why is
think
there
we're gonna
banana pudding on
100%
it?
agree on everything, and I think at that
No.
point, we'll already see so many ideas that we're gonna be like, okay, I get a general idea of what she wants, and again, she's the artist, I am not.
However she's gonna do it, because I'm like, but,
Like,
Bring
as
her
long
more.
as long as she gets like our general thoughts on,
Yeah.
not paper, but, you know.
Yeah, so if we make a decision by April the 17th, we can get it on the workshop on the 27th and the meeting on May the 2nd.
okay. So if it gets
So then it could-
approved on the 2nd, then the timeline for work start would be mid-May?
Yeah, as soon as it's approved.
Like, she could start the 3rd, essentially, okay.
Okay, so mid-May. Does it take any time for that fund to be released?
It shouldn't, because the city's gonna have to match their part anyway.
Okay.
What we may run into, if there's contracts involved, that may be a little more hoops to jump through.
Okay.
So I don't know if she would have a contract. If there's any contracts involved on the front side, if we knew that going into the workshop, and we can present all that at the same time.
So get that if we can
If there
ahead
is a
of time.
contract involved, yes, ma'am.
If she has a contract, then.
You said May 27th or April 27th?
April 27th is the workshop, and the meeting's on May the 2nd.
Gotcha.
You know, I'm just presenting this. I know that we would be giving them an opportunity to create a mural for the side of the city hall. But as far as them actually having the time to put it up, I think really we should just turn to your girl to do
Yeah.
it. Or are you saying, or when you said offer them the opportunity to create one, are you saying like they try and come up with one and then she execute it?
Yes, either way.
Keeping their creative juices flowing, I think is what she had meant.
Right, and again, like, this is if anybody's really even interested in it, because like if we could go to them and then they're like, you know, we're focused on college, we don't want to deal with it this late. So if there's anybody interested in it, they could either present a design that she could implement, or they could come be part of like the work crew to get experience.
Okay.
As
Rolling
far,
paint
as
on a
far as the work crew is concerned,
Mhm.
April 17th, we're gonna have commitments. People that are definitely gonna be involved in it, work with us,
And that's
and
my
show
concern.
up.
Yeah, she does it all by herself normally, so having anybody to help her, period, is like a leg up for her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was where she was with the labor. I'm like, you're gonna do this all by yourself? She's like, I do it all the time. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Is there anything we're missing?
I think that's
Any other
it.
questions?
I think we're
Do you
pretty
have any
good.
other questions? No?
Nope.
Do you guys, when we wrap up here, do you guys, the two of you want to go take a look at the wall real quick? Because I know you guys weren't here, so you can take a look at what we're
I
working on.
probably should.
Okay. Okay. Do we have to do anything to officially adjourn?
Just board member comments, which you've already gone through, and then we'll just adjourn the meeting.
Do you want to do it?
Left-handed.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in, for watching, for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're back in studio, Don.
Yes, back home.
It's been a few days.
It has.
A few
It sure
shows.
has. Yeah, we've been on the road a while.
Yeah, so we've been in East Tennessee. We've been at C-RAC for the last couple of episodes, Cumberland Aquatic Center.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's good to be back in the studio here and pull a show together.
It sure is. And speaking of radio stations, we usually do a shout out to a station.
Yep.
And this week, WMC 790, ESPN 790, we follow Larry Ray there on Saturday mornings, and the new time is going to be 10:30, so you can sleep in the Memphis area and still catch the show.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a good time slot.
I think so too. You can leave the tree stand and come back, or come
There
back,
you go.
on the way to a midday fishing trip or something.
There you go.
Tune us in.
Always, Larry's got a good show, so tune it in and then follow up with us.
That's right. Got the best of both worlds there.
That's great. So yeah, check out our show there and tune us in at that new time. And always remember, you can find us on social media.
Yes.
We're out there. You can tune us in on Apple Podcast, iHeart's Podcast, Spotify. We're on most of the podcasting platforms. You can find us
everywhere.
Yeah, we're everywhere. So we do appreciate our radio partners and our few TV partners we have. So
Yes.
that's great. Today it's all about fishing.
Uh-huh.
We're going to be talking about everything from high school to youth to habitat improvements and work going on the water, and a lot of this is headed up because of what Jake Davis does for us.
That's right. He had a special recognition recently at the commission meeting.
He did.
And very impressive. Very impressive.
So we thought, let's get him in the studio.
Yeah,
So
heck yeah.
Jake, thanks for being with us.
Hey, it's a pleasure to drive up and coming to finally get to be in the studio or see what's going on. I watch you guys on Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff all the time, and it's just a terrific show to be on.
I didn't know we had a big fan in the house.
All
That's
right.
great.
Oh, yeah.
You've been sending the link, David?
He knows the link. Jake knows as much about TWRA as anybody does.
Well, we also have David in the house today, David Lowry. He's our R3 Outreach Program Coordinator for the agency and also has a lot to do with the Tennessee High School Bass Nation fishing and youth fishing. And
Well, I get to take credit. I am the state director for that, but I get to take credit that I'm the one that brought Jake Davis into all this. They drafted me to run the high school program, and I said, I'm only doing it if I can bring in a committee. And I said, the first guy I'm bringing in on the committee is the guy that's going to look at me and say, hey, you big idiot, don't do that.
Yeah.
And the guy I know that'll
It
work
happens
very
a
hard.
lot. You believe it or not. No.
So,
well, just the short time y'all been bickering back and forth here, I know it's got to be fun working with you guys.
You got to be around for some of the conversations that when Facebook Live's not running, and Dave and I, we got to go behind a trailer for a minute.
Or just the phone calls late in the evening when we're bothered by something. But no, Jake's been a godsend to the program, to me personally. It goes all the way back to when I first started tournament fishing with my kid, which is why I started. Jake taught me a lot of things in the very beginning, and he did a whole lot of teaching to my son, Hank, which is why I ever got into any of this.
Yeah.
I would put Hank in the boat with Jake where he could actually learn things about tournament fishing instead of trying to figure out what Daddy's technique is with that old plastic worm he used in the pond. So, it started like that, and it's grown into this great thing where we've got so much going on that benefits our waters, our kids, benefits the TWRA, and Jake deserves tons of credit for all the things he's done.
Yeah. The recent recognition and at the commission meeting, kind of said it all. That was an awesome presentation. I was happy to be there to witness that. But you're the state conservation director for Tennessee Bass Nation High School and Youth, but you also organized the central division for that tournament. And
it depends upon what hat I have to wear for the day. There's a lot of titles there, and it can get really interesting at different times to keep everything straight.
And then you're a fishing guide on top of that too.
And I'm a fishing guide, been a fishing guide since 2006.
Okay.
I was running until 2014. I was running 200 plus days a year.
Wow.
Had a couple of years of 300 days a year. Guiding on Gunnersville and Nickajack and Timms Ford and
I was
Woods
gonna say,
Reservoir.
what's your favorite body there? Which water do you like to guide on?
After being on the water that long, and it sort of leads into why I got into the conservation director with bass, watching the way our waterways were, taken care of and what was happening to them. Everybody wanted to go to Gunnersville, and I loved Gunnersville, and I still love Gunnersville to go down there. But if you had to ask me today, what's my favorite body of water? And the guys down in Middle Tennessee are going to kill me for this. I like Woods Reservoir. We can ask our buddy upstairs, Jason Henniger, all about Woods one day. I had him out there, and we had 3 fish in the 10-pound class.
Wow.
And it's just a hidden little secret. It's
got
not
good
like
bluegill, too.
browns.
It's got good bluegill,
It's
too.
got good bluegill, good crappie. Don't eat the catfish out of there. But it's not like a Browns Creek where they produce 30-some pound bags. It can.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago we seen a 31 and change pound bag come out of there.
Wow.
On a benefit tournament for one of our teams. I mean, they threw a little, hey, let's get together Saturday and raise some money for the fishing team in Franklin County, and it took 31 pounds to win. And everybody was like, oh, where'd this come from? And I'm like, there's a 40-pound sack out here somewhere. I know it.
Yeah.
And that lake helped get me addicted way back when. I grew up crappie fishing that lake, and we used to catch crappie like no tomorrow back when the limits were much different.
Right.
We'd catch a 10-incher in the boat, and Dad'd be looking at me and said, throw that baby back. I can't tell you how many 2.5-pound crappie I caught out of Woods Reservoir in the 1970s as a kid with my dad and my grandpa. So I'm like, Jake, Woods is my home lake more than anything. But we're working on the Woods. We're working on lots of lakes with the projects Jake's leading us on.
Well, we're going to dive into that here in just a second. But when you're not being a fishing guy, when you're not working with Tennessee Bass Nation, you're doing boating safety instruction.
I'm a boating safety instructor for TWRA. I stepped up to the plate and conned Miss Woods into letting me do it, and we're going to have some classes down there.
Perfect.
In Franklin, Coffee County, and Moore County. Might jump over to Lincoln once we get going, and I get my feet good and wet in it. Being an instructor is, nothing really new to me.
Right, you're used to
It's
teaching.
just,
Yeah.
I've got to, I've been studying the material, and my poor wife is tired of hearing me talk about boating safety. So, because she's my sounding board and listening board, while I go through the material. Because one of the things, I take pride in representing properly, whether it's Bass, Bassmaster, Tennessee Bass Nation. And in that, I've got the privilege of, I'll be out there representing TWRA.
Yeah.
Unofficially, officially, I'm an instructor, and I want to present that proper image for them.
And it is mandatory. Anybody born after January 1st, 89.
And that's one good thing to tie it all in together with the TBN, or Tennessee Bass Nation. David and I have made it mandatory that all of our boat captains, irregardless of age, go through this course.
Yep.
So with me teaching it, it makes it easier for them to get it. It gives them a familiar face, and we can sit down and discuss it. And they're like, well, why are we doing this? I've been boating since I was, driving a boat since I was 1977.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of grandpas like that. And we're like, let me tell you why. Because a lot of things have changed in our lifetime. I mean, it's changed in my lifetime. Just since I took the captain's test back in 2006. A lot of things have changed. So we go through all that process with them, and what's required, and why we do this, and
And during every safety brief we have for these tournaments, and we're standing there in front of a group of people, we always ask, boat captains, what's your number one priority tomorrow? and they better be screaming safety loud and proud.
Yeah.
Because no matter how many fish there are or whatever else, our number one job as directors is to get them off the water safely to get back home to Ma or the captain's wife or whatever, whether they catch a fish, get a plaque, cash a check, whatever. They got to get home safe.
And that's a statistic that y'all have been happy about.
We're satisfied.
Knock on wood, we have not had a major accident on the water. We've had one at a stage during teardown, but we take the safety so serious, and we don't care who it is.
Yeah.
I'm a pawn him out there. I hope he watches this. I like to give Dave a heart attack about 2 weeks after he got the job with y'all, because we're over to Douglas and we're clearing boats, and Dave's calling boat numbers, and he's at one end of the big pier down there, and I'm at the other. One of the bosses come through for TWRA, certain commissioner by the name of, I'll say it, Kurt Holbert.
Oh, Kurt, he's a good one.
He's a good one. Laney didn't have her life vest zipped up.
Zip it. Gotta zip it.
Well, it's an automatic penalty box. And,
And Laney is his daughter.
I really didn't pay any attention. Who it was, don't care. Life vest wide open in the penalty box. This one.
I had started. This was like this was a November tournament.
You could have done this.
This was a November tournament after I had started with this organization in January, and he takes the sitting chairman of the commission and puts him in the penalty box. And when he looked back at me, I'm sure my face was as white gets. Kurt's about laughing. He's like,
yeah, I could see it now.
I mean, he was a little frustrated with the girls, but that's. There are no exceptions. We have to make sure everybody gets off the water safe.
Yeah.
So we take boating safety so serious that Jake's decided to become an instructor to make sure that we've got more people available for instructors. So
that's great.
Hey, if you're just joining us, we are speaking with Captain Jake Davis and David Lowry, talking about fishing, Tennessee Bass Nation, and boating safety and all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's move into the recent recognition at the commission meeting. That was the 2022 Reservoir Fish Habitat Partnership Award, Friends of Reservoirs. Yeah. And I know we've got David here today to brag on you, because he said you wouldn't brag enough.
Probably not, because I'm not into that a whole bunch. I mean, I spent 21 years in the Air Force, got all that recognition and all that I needed to get.
It's not why we're here. We're not out for recognition. We're out to do a good program for the kids. And then Jake's turned around and created this other initiative for us. Totally. I mean, he comes to me and says, we're fixing to do some cleanup and some habitats. I said, okay, sounds good. And he said, we're going to get the kids involved and the captains involved, and that can give them service hours, and we're going to improve these bodies of water.
Win-win.
It is. I mean, going back to where we were talking about me being a guide and what favorite lake and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I have watched, over the years, lakes just decline. Okay. Everything from habitat disappearing to the amount of pollution or trash or, you get a lot of sediment fill into a reservoir. And our reservoirs are getting 50 years old or older. Okay. Some of them way older than that. And fishing is taking such a stand and in the forefront now. Fishing, hunting, getting in the outdoors, get out of the house type of thing.
Yeah.
Is such in the forefront. We got to do something. Okay, there wasn't enough access sites on a lot of these lakes. There still isn't. Not enough opportunity. Still isn't. We're making a dent in it. And then the award, and I, Jason Henniger, and I think he's the culprit to put me in for that. Him and Jeff Boxrucker out from the Friends of the Reservoir, and Gene Gilliland from Bass. I think they're the three characters that did that. But and I greatly appreciate it. But it belongs to everybody that has helped us.
That's right.
Okay, it's not just me out there doing that. I'm feeding them the information, giving them the opportunity. I get the grants, get the money. I work as a government liaison with TVA and TWRA and Corps engineers, and we get all these projects together and we say, okay, this is our target. This year it's been the Bill Dance Trail. and we need to kick that in high gear because of tourism and all that. And I work with Dennis Tomlin from Over in Tourism, and we're just trying to get this stuff done.
Yeah.
You know,
And it's been growing relationships. We started out with Dennis just initially in some high school tournaments.
Sure.
You know, at Dayton. And before you know it, we're real good friends with Dennis. Dennis moves up to where he's at. They get their ideas, the Tance Trail, and then here we are. And in the process of this, now that's not the only award Jake's got, and I don't have the list of them, but Jake's got a few trophies and plaques at the house because of how he's led us. And trust me, when you go to one of these events, I just gave you some photos and stuff of Priest when we did that a couple 2-3 weeks ago, where over 21,000 pounds was picked up of garbage out of Priest.
Man.
And trust me, Jake was as dirty as any one of those kids, and it was kind of raining that day. They all were filthy, but 21,000 pounds of garbage came out of that water. But here's the key. Here's what you want to know. Just in this school year, starting in August, we know for sure, and sometimes your measurements are a little light, but we know with what Jake has led us with, 37,500 pounds of garbage have come out of Tennessee waterways based on these programs that he's doing. And with the attractors that we're building, Jake's leading and building.
Yeah.
He'll have to say the lakes, but since 2015, over 78,000 different structures have been put in Tennessee water to help replace where all the stumps are gone and there's nothing holding the algae and the plankton and the little fish that draw the big fish.
Right.
And in process of it, you know, he's done it to the point where they'll put the structure out and go back 30 minutes to an hour later and there's already fish on it. And they'll go back 2 weeks later and they're catching tournament-sized fish on it. He knows about where they put stuff in and, you know, the catch, the bag size of the tournament is increasing.
Going up,
Jake's done, he's done so much.
You know, and, you know, Dave talks about all that stuff, and I don't want to leave TWRA out of this because y'all have played a vital part in all of this, okay? Jason Henniger and Frank upstairs, you know, when Frank was chief of fishes and now he's moved on to the dark side of the house.
Deputy director.
Yeah.
Be careful, that's still my chain of command. Thank you very much.
I know. Frank appreciates that, I'm sure. And we did a lot of good work, but I've gained an education, okay, because by tradition, I'm a guy that jumped out of perfectly good helicopters and carried a gun and wore a badge and, you know, went into, I was pararescue for 4 years, and that's just, you know, I wasn't that guy, okay. I grew up trout fishing in northern Michigan, hunting deer and, you know, chasing rabbits and grouse and all that good stuff. But I've gained an education from our fisheries folks.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody from Jason to people like Mike Jolly and Jess Taylor down there in Normandy with the Southern Crew, Teddy here in Nashville.
Yeah.
They've sort of taken me aside along with some other people that were out there, Hal Shrum, Gene Gilliland. I mean, and the way it all started was I started collecting all this stuff and working on things. And, you know, it's just morphed into, you know, different things.
I love how you guys are building that ethic in the student anglers. You know how they're out on the cleanup crew. That's bound to stick with them for a lifetime.
And it does. And you know, we've got a coach for the Franklin team right here, just south of Nashville. Jason Wynn. He said, "Hey, this was the greatest team building activity." He goes, "I had my doubts." He goes, I as a coach and somebody in the community." And Jason's high up in the corporate ladder, but he's like, I didn't realize how bad this was. He goes, I thought maybe Jake's exaggerating a little bit, or maybe they're using select pictures when we're on that cleanup at Priest. And when you go out there and you actually take a walk with us, let us get off the boat. Let's walk to shore. Let me take you 5 feet into the woods.
This time of year, especially, you know, when it's the cooler months and water's down.
And this is the time of year you don't have the snakes, you don't have the ticks, and everything's dead, and you can see everything. and it's just a shocker of what is out there. So we're trying to do our part and instill into the younger generation a little bit of, hey, if we don't change our habits, we're going to lose this. Okay, that's our, just think of Priest for a minute. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 city water supplies. Okay, what all's in that water? I mean, there was an article come out here about a week and a half ago that probably 90% of our waterways in this country have forever chemicals in them. And some of them are bad stuff. I mean, I know because I have to get tested for them every year. I've been to those plane crashes where they use the PFAS. I get tested every year. I got to be checked for cancer, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
We don't need that. We can fix or stop or hold what we have if we can get people involved. And just get them to wake up and say, oh, I don't need to throw my beer can out the window this morning. Or, this evening.
I hope it's not in the morning, but
it happens.
Yeah, I understand.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if you're out there partying, let's not sink the beer bottle to the bottom of the lake because it does wash up.
There's pictures recently from some of these cleanups that spots on the shore where they found a mountain of either bottles or beer cans or liquor bottles that it's just like, it was like the intention of the people partying was, how big can we make this pile? And they leave it out there. And the thing of it is by instilling this in the kids and the captains that we need to continually make the effort, we're never going to get 100% cooperation of people wanting to clean up their trash. There's always going to be somebody out there who's like, I don't care. So there's always going to be the need to clean up. But wouldn't it be nice that when we go to one of these things, instead of having to have 4 or 5 or 6 of these giant dumpster things they bring in, we get down to where we've only got 1 or 2 dumpster things to bring in. Maybe we can make a difference. But it's a constant fight. But we're training, Jake is training our kids and our captains and our programs to, we got to go do this all the time. Talk about the Adopt Access, Jake.
Well, that was the next on the list.
The Adopt and Access, it was just an idea. I was sitting there last winter before we went to the Classic, and I said, I remember seeing a sign that said adopt a roadway.
Yeah.
Why can't we adopt an access, whether it's a WMA or a boat ramp area or a picnic area? Let's adopt that access to the waterway or to one of our WMAs. It can be hunting because it's just as bad. I was duck hunting over in West Tennessee, and I'm not going to say where I pulled into, but that was bad. We ended up picking up a bunch of stuff. So it's not just fishing. It's, all the outdoors. If we can adopt these accesses, and it's not a big task. It's, if I go to Morris Ferry and I got a guide trip down there or I'm fishing for the day, when I get done, I'm going to take 5 minutes in a garbage bag, pick up whatever I see. And keep it looking nice and neat.
Makes a big difference.
Makes a huge difference.
But with the program he started now, we have high school teams across this state, and I just took my own personal team, Grundy County, down to Morris Ferry and Woods on Sunday, put up our signs, and that's our day that we start, that I've challenged everybody on our team and everybody that's been on our team in the past that if they drive by and they got 10 minutes to stop and pick up every piece of trash you can find. It's a continuous effort. We're adopting that for my team. And do we know how many accesses we've got? We've got a lot adopted already.
We're at 14 across the state. Officially, where we put the signs out. We got a bunch in waiting that, I wait for the teams to go out and do it and clean it up and send me a picture so we don't say, hey, we got 30 of them or how many ever. And that's just one of the programs we're trying to do to where we're not trying to get it all done. Because, we got this winter break, but there's things we can do.
Yeah, I think that's great because, we get calls now and then that says, why is the trash cans overflowing at these different boat ramps? Sometimes it's not our responsibility, but it's everybody's responsibility to jump in there when they can and help out. And I think this is great.
And I tell you what is great, our officers or the TWRA officers, the LEOs out there, they take it serious. I can tell you for a fact, 2 years ago on Tim's Ford, our local officer, now Sergeant Hunt, he's got the district down there. I called in what I figured was a dumping. I mean, there were some real intelligent ones. They left their pizza boxes with all their trash. They backed the truck up there and just swept everything out. And there's their pizza boxes with their names on it. Josh went and had a talk with them.
Yeah.
And yeah, they cleaned it all up. And I think he gave them a little talking to and probably a break on the amount of the ticket. But and that's when we all work together. It comes out to be a good thing in the end. We catch the culprits, or we teach somebody a lesson that the officers go out and say, "Hey, listen, you got 24 hours to clean this up."
Yeah.
But if we can get more and more accesses adopted by our teams or by adult organizations, it can be by the Chamber of Commerce, it can be by the JCs. It doesn't matter. We just want to get everybody to start cleaning things up, and we wish we could get everybody to quit throwing the trash out at all, but that's never going to happen. But if we get more and more groups lined up to clean up these access areas, then maybe we get less pollution in the water and less garbage everywhere for us to see.
And that's just a couple of the projects we work on, or I work on with as being the conservation director.
Yeah.
There's everything from Asian carp to invasive species we work on.
We've improved ramps because Jake's work. We've got grants and stuff. A whole lot of work at Marion County Park.
Yeah, if you haven't been to that facility lately, we now have parking where you're not going to get stuck.
Well, that was one of my questions. If you could give me a 1-minute version, the funding and some of the stuff that's going on to help those improvements, and maybe a couple of your favorite habitat improvements, real quick.
Marion County Park, number one. Grade A construction, hats off to them in the Marion County Road Commission. We came in there and we got, I can't think of the name of it, Unibudzy, the company down there, gravel company down there, donated all the gravel.
Yeah,
we got
awesome.
A lot of what we do is get things donated to help
partners to help that.
Partners. We get AFCO that helps out a lot. Smyrna Ready Mix.
Yeah.
Great folks over there. They help us out all the time. Chris Yoder with Yoder Concrete Pumping and Rocky Top Paving. There's a whole host of people that just come together that we work with.
And now you can have a very large tournament at Marion County Park, and there's plenty of paved and gravel parking because of all this.
And people like Dennis Tomlin.
Yeah.
I mean, for the first time, and I know the fisheries guys and the other folks in the building are going to cringe when I say this, it's an economic thing. I don't care however you look at it, it's economic. Now we have the facilities to help the local communities, as the agency does, to help grow things and get the economy going and look at how we do things.
Yeah. Well, I thank you for what you do. David, thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Don?
I warned you, we didn't have enough time.
And you got that right. This is Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is February 2nd, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. The prayer on Tuesday night will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Hobbs. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 regular meeting. We will have departmental reports, and then we have first reading ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance to amend Title V, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. And I want to say we discussed this last month. This shouldn't be first reading. That's just a typo. This is second reading. But we discussed this last month. This was just an overhaul and updating of our purchasing rules and regulations. Does anyone have any questions on that? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. First, we have approve or reject city bids and purchases. Ms. Felicia.
Good evening, Alderman Mayor. First on the agenda here is the Badger water meters. That is a sole source because of our software. Let's see which one, I try to put them in order. The chemicals for the sewer, as you can see, that's a significant increase, but we don't have a choice. They are gonna look into options, but those options could damage pipes, so we're gonna do our best to hold that back, but wanted to bring that before y'all because this is a Metro requirement for our sewer to go to Metro. We have the traffic signal and high mast lighting maintenance bid. This is for all traffic signal lighting and the high mast out at I-24. We only had one bid, but this is the second time we bid it. Last time we didn't get anybody. And then we have the leak detection. And as you can see with the quotes, that one, any questions?
And Richard's Leak Management, that's the group we've been using.
We've been using them all along.
Gentleman we commonly refer to as the water whisperer. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he has done a good job. We've got it, he's got it down.
Oh, yes. Yes, he's found very small leaks and very large leaks over the years.
So he's done a really good job.
Does anyone have any questions on the bids, purchases? Thank you, Felicia.
Thank you.
Next, we have the approve amended street lighting agreement with NES for the installation of LED street lights. And this is similar to the Middle Tennessee Electric one that we did last month. So this is tied to the PATH street lighting, where we're updating all the lights in the city to LED. Does anyone have any questions? And the underappreciated or the undepreciated capital costs for this that we'll have to pay NES is $369,940.79. Next, we have approved purchase agreement with Big Man Geophysical LLC to conduct a ground penetrating radar investigation at 399 Stones River Road for the Tornado Safe Room project. This is tied to that FEMA Safe Room project that we've been working on down near the senior center. And as part of that, we have to do some archaeological surveying of that property. They've already done some initial work that could be approved by city staff, but due to the cost of the ground penetrating radar portion, that needed to be brought back to the board. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. D, approve facility use agreement with Julianne Holbrook for the Zumba program. And this is just a regular agreement with them that we've done in the past for Zumba services at the multipurpose building. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to E, approve facility use agreement with Aaliyah Bigsley for the Dance and Majorette program. Again, this is another multipurpose building facility use, and we do these usually every year. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved facility use agreement with Jacqueline Dixon for the Jazzercise program at the multipurpose building. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to G, approved contract with Pyro Shows Incorporated for the Independence Day fireworks display. We're entering into our third and final year of our contract with this group, so they do our Independence Day celebration. Does anyone have any questions? H, ratify the approval of a memorandum of understanding with Motlow State Community College for the fire department emergency medical technician training. And this is just training for our firefighters, and total cost of this is $11,200. This is part of the budget for the fire department. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to I, approve and authorize the police chief to sign the Rutherford County, Tennessee Child Protective Investigative Team and Child Protective Investigative Management Team Interagency Agreement and Memorandum of Understanding, and the Rutherford County, Tennessee CPIT Investigative Protocol Agreement. And this is just basically an interagency agreement for the police chief to sign. They use it to identify, investigate, prosecute, and treat cases of child abuse, child sexual abuse, neglect, and drug-endangered children. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to J, approve paving improvements to the front parking lot at Veterans Memorial Park. And this is, just as it sounds, for paving improvements for the front of Veterans Park. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to K, approve agreement with the Tennessee Department of Health. This is our annual agreement with them, and this is a $4,000 agreement with the health department, and this is part of the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Then we have L, approve strategic planning retreat to be held March 8th through the 10th of this year. This is where we have, basically over the years as a city, we've changed, and instead of having any type of strategic planning, it's turned into basically it's a pre-budget workshop where the departments talk to the board about who they are and their staff and what they've done before we get to the budget. And it's not really strategic and trying to come up with a plan for the next 3, 5, 10 years for the future. So that's what this is for us to have a strategic planning retreat, and it will do that, set goals for the next 5 to 10 years, and how we actually get to those goals. Because you can set them, but if you don't have a plan to actually get there, those goals are useless. And so the total cost of this is $12,000, and this is open to the public. This is trying to think if there's anything else with this. There's the overall goal of this is to set a city a pathway forward for everyone, and so we want to make it better for all of our citizens, which is the ultimate goal. Any questions on this? Okay, moving on to M, approved contract for repairs at the front concession stand at Veterans Memorial Park. During the December freeze, or a few of the pipes busted in the bathrooms there, causing some significant damage. We've worked with our insurance company, and we are looking to approve a contract to go ahead and get those repairs done so that whenever fall starts, that whole area is ready to go. The total cost we're looking at is estimated to be $24,031, and insurance should reimburse the city for this minus our regular deductible, just like any insurance. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to N, approve additional street paving for fiscal year 2022-2023. In July, we went ahead and approved paving LaVergne Lane, David's Way, Lake Road, Murray, Lane and Mason Road at the time. Staff recommended that Holland Ridge and Bill Stewart be brought back at a later date to determine if they could be added to the paving list with a budget amendment. That's what this does, is this adds them onto that, and then we'll have a budget amendment for that. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 28 parcels 10 and 11 consisting of approximately 4.3 acres located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard from a agricultural zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation at the Planning Commission on December 27, 2022. A public hearing will be held Tuesday evening at 6:30 on this item. And this is, per the applicant, this would be for approximately 50 townhomes for this property. They haven't gone through site plan because they've got to get the zoning first before they can submit the site plan. But there is a mixture of zones in the area. You've got agricultural, you've got low density, medium density, and high density all in this area. The property that borders the sites on the south is medium density, and to the north is high density. There is a larger agricultural parcel on the opposite side of Cheney as well. Does anyone have any questions about this?
I just want to clarify the date. On this, it says Tuesday, February 1st.
It should be the 7th, yeah. I was looking at the
Okay.
wrong calendar. I was looking at last year's calendar.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the date on it. When I read it last night, I was like,
Public hearing is Tuesday, February 7th.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
And then just to be clear, is this is the same zoning property? This was brought before the Planning Commission once before in May of 2022, correct, with an unfavorable recommendation?
It has
It's the
come.
same
It has come
applicant?
before with an unfavorable recommendation. I don't remember the exact date, though.
Okay,
But I do know it came through with an unfavorable recommendation at that time.
thank you.
Any other questions?
You happen to know if there was a particular reason why they withdrew their application after that? Before
I-
it came before BOMA?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Any other questions? Okay, first reading ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for a portion of tax map 18K Group A, Parcel 6, consisting of approximately 13.63 acres located near Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike from an I-1 light industrial zoning district to an I-2 heavy industrial zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. Public hearing will be held on Tuesday evening for this. You will note in your packet the applicant has requested for a 30-day deferral. They are wanting to address some of the concerns that came out of Planning Commission, as well as some concerns from neighbors. Does anyone have any questions on this? First reading ordinance 2023-04, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 State Street Aid Fund budget. And this is tied to the consent agenda that will allow the Holland Ridge Drive and Bill Stewart Boulevard paving. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have first reading ordinance 2023-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is as far as addressing, again, the strategic planning retreat from the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 9, Resolution 2023-03, a resolution to adopt a social media policy for the City of LaVergne. And Public Relations Department, along with the city administrator and legal counsel, I've prepared a social media policy to provide better guidance for all of our social media communications, both internal, external, and it will involve some training of staff for anyone who is on our social media accounts. But it basically documents what we can and can't do as far as what's appropriate while taking into consideration the First Amendment. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to Resolution 2023-04, resolution to amend the city's employee policy regarding the deputy police chief. And all this is doing is just reversing the resolution that the board adopted back in May regarding who the deputy chief reports to. That's all. Does anyone have any questions? Then number 11, motion to approve a real estate purchase and sale agreement with Noon Real Estate, LLC, to purchase the stormwater building located at 5175 Murfreesboro Road. This one's not quite ready yet. We don't have from the Noon Group the purchase agreement, lease back, affidavit information yet. If we don't have that by Tuesday, this will be pulled from the agenda. Moving on to 12, motion to authorize the city to obtain an appraisal for the easement from Piedmont Gas. Evan, I'm going to let you take this one because I know we've all kind of gone back and forth with this.
Just to alert the board, Piedmont Gas, and Bruce may have to correct me on the dates on this, they basically occupied and took over city property without any right or permission to do that. No easement or anything else, and to, I guess, repair one of their gas lines. And one of the representatives from Piedmont approached Bruce with a right of entry agreement for the city to sign without any compensation at all. They just tried to get the city to sign off on it. We looked into it and realized that they didn't have any right of permission to be on the property. And so I reached out to the Piedmont rep and said, you guys have been trespassing on our property. You didn't have any right to be here. If you want access to it, you're going to have to compensate the city for it. The next thing we get, I think, is I don't know if that's in the packet or not, is the proposed easement.
It is.
Glenn, if you could scroll down. So the next thing we know, I told Piedmont, I said, we'll have to get a appraiser to come out to find out what the value is of what you took for that period of time so that the city can be fairly compensated for that. What they have sent us instead, Glenn, if you can scroll back up, back to the, yeah. They sent us a permanent easement, proposed easement, if you can go to the top, that has a price of, if I can see that, $17,462 for a permanent easement. That's if the city elected to sell them an easement to be able to do this again in the future, which is not what we requested. I asked Piedmont where that number came from. I don't even remember what the answer was. I think they just made it up. I'm not sure exactly where it came from. So the bottom line is, I wanted y'all to be aware that Piedmont has offered to buy an easement at that location for that amount of money. My suggestion is that we retain a real estate appraiser and find out what the value of the property is and then make an informed decision about how to deal with it going forward.
Absolutely. And I think they said they just came up with that number. There was really no rhyme or reason to it.
Right. I think that's right. Yeah.
But this would authorize the city to go ahead and start that process to have an appraisal done. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, moving on to board and committee members. We have one term vacant on the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. Currently, we don't have any applicants. That is being advertised on our social media networks and on Channel 3, if anyone would like to apply. Next, we have the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got one term that expired at the end of January. That is Terrence Smith's, and he would like to remain on there. We do not have any other applicants. Next, we have the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals. We've got two terms that expired at the end of January, and one of those two would like to remain on the board. So that other opening is being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant. We have 2 applicants for that. Looks like Charles Frazier and Graham Coates. Then we also, moving on to the Greenway Advisory Committee, we've got one term that has expired, or I'm sorry, that's not expired, but that resigned. And we've got 1 applicant at this point. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee, and we've got 1 term that expired at the end of December. Or no, he resigned, I'm sorry. So that is being advertised at this point. We have not received any applicants for it. Moving on to the Library Board, we have 2 terms that are vacant, and we have 4 applicants at this point. Then we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are vacant. We currently do not have anyone who's applied for that. And so that is being advertised on Channel 3 and to our through our social media networks. Last item, we've got discussion, the zoning ordinance adoption process. Back in December of last year, the Planning Commission sent a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for the adoption of the new zoning ordinance and the associated zoning map. So what this board needs to discuss is the number of public meetings that we want to hold to give our residents ample opportunities to review the proposed zoning ordinance and the map. At a minimum, we already plan to have 2 public hearings in front of the board prior to the first and second readings of the ordinance. And then what I publicly discussed, staff has recommended that we set aside a minimum of 1 full week of public meetings and have those in 2-hour blocks at the LaVergne Public Library where citizens can review the proposed map and the zoning ordinance. Planning staff would be on hand to answer any questions as well as explain any changes. They'll also record any comments from the public in favor or against specific changes that are being proposed. And then all of those comments will be presented to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for consideration. Staff also is recommending that we do 1 meeting specific to the developers, builders, and engineering firms so they can review the changes that might affect any planned future developments, and of course any comments from that would be brought to the board as well. We would also set up a new page on the city website that will have links to the proposed zoning ordinance and to the map. The details of the public meetings will be on that page, and then if someone has a comment regarding the zoning ordinance or map, they can go to a form and submit those online. Our public relations department will send out notices via social media, our website, to make everyone aware of the process. I would think we would also utilize the news alert email that people can sign up on as well. And then, of course, this will also be advertised on Channel 3. So that's kind of the minimum level. So open this up for discussion as far as what else this board is interested in seeing.
The real issue I have with the city rezoning people's land is, we're in the past, we have rezoned property, and a lot of people wasn't aware of it, and then when they come in, somebody develop beside it, then they'll be aware of it. I just really ain't comfortable about rezoning, the city rezoning land, people's land without their personal approval. City's done it over the past, and it's just caused a lot of confusion. That's my intake on it.
Okay, so any thoughts on what we've discussed as far as the actual public meeting portion, though?
Well, the public meeting is good, but a lot of people are not aware of it, and even in the ones we had in the past, a lot of people didn't show up. If it's not pressing, people take for granted, if their property's on one way, unless they go have it changed, it stays the same. But it's not. The city can go in and change it. and it's caused some confusion over the years. And I know we had some talk over on Blair Road, and in some other places in LaVergne. People's property was zoned, and they lived there for 50 years, and they wasn't aware that the zoning had been changed. Or their kids inherit the property, and they think it's zoned one way and it's not zoned the other. I think it needs to be something done where if a person is living there and the property is zoned, they ought to have some kind of ways to do something about it.
Okay. Any other comments on the adoption process?
Yeah, I agree with Alderman Waldron about notifying people if their property is up for rezoning. I think one way to do that would be to perhaps send them a certified letter via mail so that they know that their property is up for rezoning, along with those meeting dates, so they can come attend, they can express their concerns about the rezoning, should they have any. But I think that, social media, advertising on TV, I don't think that's enough. I think we need to literally reach out to those individuals via certified mail, make sure that we know that they've got something in hand that says we're planning to rezone your property. If you have a concern, here's where to be to voice those concerns. So the second thing that I made a note of here is just the city webpage with the maps, just a timeline before the actual meetings, so people have time to review that, think of any thoughts, concerns, talk to their family members about how they feel about it. That way they have time to bring that information to us.
Okay. Anything else?
And adding to that, a lot of people gets the property rezoned, and the zoning don't stay with the applicant, it stays with the property. Even if the property is sold or switched hand, the zoning stays with the property. And, I found out over the last 10 to 15 years, people who's thought their property was zoned one way and they was gonna build on, like, add a room or add a section or a carport or something, and the zone was changed, and their building envelope, they couldn't build addition on their house or maybe a carport or garage because it overstepped the boundaries. And they said, well, when we bought the house, it was R1 or R2, and it was changed something else. And I think, that's something that needs to be addressed. It just so much stuff goes on in days' life. It's hard for the average person that don't come down here every week or every month, to keep up with stuff. You kind of think if you buy a cow and you sell the cow next week, it's going to be a cow. It's not going to be a bull. Kind of something like that.
Okay. Any other suggestions for the adoption process? Okay. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody this weather's funny, check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have fresh water and shelter. And this crazy weather, I want to urge everybody to check the vehicles. Check your battery, your tires, your brakes, your wiper blades. And it's always a good rule of thumb to keep a tank of gas full in your car, because if electricity goes out in your house, if push comes to shove, you can go out in the car and get warm. But if your car is empty, you ain't got a leg to stand on. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I don't have anything for this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Haas.
I'd just like to remind everyone that the LaVergne baseball, softball signups are online, and get your kids out there, t-ball up through baseball, softball, and also they are accepting donations for sponsorships, and that is online also, and there have been several posts on Facebook about it. So let's get the kids out there and have a great spring baseball, softball season.
Thank you.
Well, I want to remind everyone about the Under the Sea Father-Daughter Dance this Saturday at the Multipurpose Building from 2 to 4 p.m. Admission is free. Should be lots of fun, and it's regardless of whether it's daddy-daughter, grandparents, mother, daughter. Bring the kids out. Let's have a good time. You don't have to be just here, living here in LaVergne, to come and enjoy that. Want to thank everybody for coming out. We had a very nice celebration of Miss Phyllis Rogers, who, after years, has decided to retire to sunny Florida. And so I think it was a good time.
I only wish.
But so thank you for your service to the city and to the citizens over the years.
Thank you.
With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Aye.